guitars blazing, they rock the scene, streaming glory and living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're ruining this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. But metal hearts will never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With little hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living a dream. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream.
Hey there guys, what's going on? It's Finest Fellas here, welcome back to another live stream on the channel. We are going to be carrying on with our Impulsor. Now, as far as today's goals are concerned, what I want to try and get done is the golds. There's not a lot of gold detail on here, thankfully. So doing the golds, doing the reds, because there's quite a few red details, according to the example picture that I saw. And then once I've done the red and golds, I will be maybe attempting to do... I'm going to try and point it out with the bit here. Right in here, we've got like a gold bit with some purity seals, and that's going to be rather interesting to try and get to. And if we've managed to get all that done in the stream, then what I'll do is this backboard in here, and we'll get the screens done. I might do a couple of buttons like red and green or something. But yeah, that's the idea. I managed to finish off my benches off camera. So as you can see, they're all nice and clean now, all black and done, including the supports. I managed to clean up the mistake I made on this bench here because I'd gone way over on the black. And then, yeah, that's the plan. If the music's too loud, please let me know. Hey Ryan, what's going on, man? Coffee. Alright, let me just get myself sorted out here. Right, so, reds and golds. What do I want to do for golds? Not Rune Lord Brass, that's for sure. I'm going to use Retributor Armor. I'm going to keep my lead belcher here, just in case, and my McCrag Blue, because I might need it. Do not need the Talisar blue. That can go back over there. I need to get another paint rack. I've got some paints just sat there that I've got no home right now. Let's see. So yeah, I need to tidy up some of the metal on here, but I need to do all those rockets. I'm thinking of just doing the rockets all red, to be fair. There is a small amount of yellow detail I need to do as well today, guys. At some point, if I can. Just here, and over here, are painted yellow. Excuse me, are painted yellow according to the example art I was given. So if we get round to that, that'll be good. Now, funny enough, some of these bits on the hatches, right, are red. Like this bit, and it's the same on the other hatch as well. So yeah, very curious. We've got some red bits on there. I'm going to start with the gold, and I'm going to chuck it through the vortex mixer real quick. And yeah, we'll get stuck in. Doing your Space Marine in a second, just have to finish an ice cream I'm eating. Hell yeah, dude. How have you enjoyed painting up your 4 guys so far? There you go. Get some gold on there. I need to get some more tissue, actually. Oh. There we go. Double-side it. Lovely. Right then. Big obvious first gold detail is going to be that Aquila on the front. So I'm just going to water down my paint a little bit. And let's see if we can't be neat and tidy today. But yeah, I was looking at some videos on how to do some battle damage. And I shared it in the Discord. I think I finally found a video that showed me how to do battle damage, and I will attempt to do some battle damage on this tank. That's obviously at the very end, once the paint job is finished. So I've got a few hours of work till I start attempting to do that, if I can be bothered doing it tonight. I also need to take a look at my transfer sheets and see if there are any transfers I want to put on. You're loving the painting. Well, like I said, dude, everyone paints their own way, but the only advice I can give you is to slow down, take your time, enjoy the process. Now, there's a little bit just on the top here, but be careful not to hit the blue. Most of what I learned on how to paint is mostly through YouTube videos. Believe it or not. And then obviously some of the guys on streams and in other communities have given me advice on certain things. But most of it is through YouTube videos and practice. Got to get this underside. Hopefully I don't make too much of a mess here. Nice. Looking good, that. I'll come back to give that a second coat later on. But for now, I'm going to move on. We've got a few skulls to do. There's one on the other side. You're alright, Strand. How you doing, mate? As far as I know, the update hasn't dropped yet, bud. Okay, we've got some skulls down here. Must be another one on the other side. Let's see. How's everyone doing? Not too bad, mate. How are you? They're doing live maintenance at the moment. Yeah. As far as I know, they haven't done the update yet. Any other gold skulls on here? Any on the top? Nope. Now we got that bit on the inside to do. That's going to be interesting. There we go. Just trying to be neat and tidy. Here, it's more about accuracy than speed. Right, I'm just agitating drying paint now, so I'll leave that to dry and I'll do another coat on that in a minute. This one's dry now, thankfully to the temperature in here. Give you another once over. They've just finished the maintenance, so I'm sure the update will follow. Oh, I'm sure, buddy. I'm not sure how much I played more of Star Citizen last night, bud. I'm pretty sure I hit my first million, though. I know you're well over that by now, but I hit my first million, I'm pretty sure. I've got an itchy nose. It's every time I'm streaming, I get an itchy nose. It's not like it's on the inside. It's, you know where your nose is, right on the outside. You know where the hole of your nose is, like your nostril. It's right there. Right. Do these skulls need another coat? No, but I'm going to have to come back with the blue on that one and tidy up a bit. Okay. Now, we do have a nice big gold Aquila on this part. You're only at 1.6. Ah, still. Still, bud. You know what I mean. But yeah, the raft is a beast. And I was doing pretty much what you were doing, you know, I was just running cargo. Up and down, up and down. To and from the station. Yeah, now I've just got to get this lip bit without touching the blue. Thankfully, one of the skills I've learned rather quickly is brush control. And my brush control is not bad most of the time. You need a ship with internal storage. Yeah, because you want to do some naughty things. You want illegal cargo. I'll leave that alone for a minute, let that dry. Is there any other bits on here I want to make gold? Not particularly. I might give it, actually, just to break up some of the blue, I'm going to give it some gold highlights on these armor bits here. Because why not? It's the best thing about doing your own miniatures, guys. You can do them however you please. And I want some extra gold panels on my one. Blue and gold, I think, is such a good contrast. More for salvage at the moment, but salvaging's borked, dude. Have you done any successful salvaging? There we go. Leave all that to dry. We got some... How do I pronounce that? Silungar? The Thousand Sun Special got some blue on the gold. Fix it. But get gold on the blue in the process. Fix it. But... Right, okay. The way you were doing it, there are more ways I found out today. Go on then. Do tell. Tell me more, sir. Obviously, you can do it with a ship, but I don't have one. Yeah, I'm not sure that's quite dry yet. Some of that looks a bit wet on the inside, so I'm going to leave that alone for a minute. Move on to the reds then, while we're waiting for that gold bit to dry in there. Maybe. What I will do, though, is I'm going to get my white color out real quick, and I'm going to get the white down on those purity seals. And on the screens while I'm at it. You're doing the scrubber, but if you use the tractor beam tool, you can salvage components. Ah. Oh, does it need to be the big tractor beam tool to be able to do the components? Or can you do it with the multi-tool? Well, hang on. You can't just say yes to that question. It's a two-part question. Is it one or the other? Alright, see if we can get those purity seals. Not worried about getting it on the actual part that's supposed to be red, though. Just so long as I don't catch the areas that are meant to be blue. There you go. Lovely. Got a beautiful little layer of white down on those. Didn't make a single mistake either. Right. Yeah, it has to be the big one. Okay. I see. I wondered where I was going wrong with that. How much is the big one? Is it similar to the Cambio tool? Is it like 20 grand or something? Not sure I'm gonna go look now. Yeah, man. Well, I knew that salvaging the components off the ship was possible. But I wanted to maximize my haul by, stripping down the panels and all the rest of it. Obviously, you take what's valuable. Like, if you do the contract, you know, the salvage contract, and you get the rights to, like, a ship or whatever it is for the salvage contract. Obviously, you'd want to strip it down of its weapons, its internal components, anything of actual value on the ship first. And then, you'd want to go and scrap the hull and all the rest of it. Yeah, I was aware of that. It's like scrapping 101. Check the inside. I do hope that when the update comes through, though, Strand, that they fix all of the salvaging. I want it fixed. Because if not, that's gonna suck. And bring the Drake Vulture back out for rent as well, man. I want to rent it out before I try and buy it. I don't want to spend like the 3 million on the damn thing. Only to turn out I don't like the ship, you know what I mean? There we go. That's all the screen's white. That's the purity seal's a bit white. Is there anything else I want to paint white while I'm at it? I don't think there is. What do you think of that then, guys? And then I'll put like a transparent paint or something over the top. Right. I think that's had enough time to dry now. Let's go back in with the gold. And just touch up this bit on the inside. Lovely. Right, on to the reds! Unless, how's that Aquila looking on here? No, that could use another coat. I need to tidy up where I've gone over with the gold. Okay, no problem. No problemo. Nice. Oh, without any of that blue still usable on there. A little bit. See if I can tidy up my mess. Excellent. Did I make any mess on this bit? A little bit. There was a skull that I'd messed up a little bit around here, wasn't there? Yeah. Okay. On to the reds. Don't think I'm going to need this, but I will keep it on standby just in case. Still need that one. Don't need the gold. Done that. I'm going to start with my fan favorite of Mephiston Red. I'm going to chuck that in the vibrator for a second, and then we'll get cracking. Yeah, if we can finish this tank off today, guys, then we're going to be looking really solid to start doing all the Leviathan stuff. Now, unfortunately, that does mean we will be doing at least 1 to 2 streams of me just building the damn thing. Because there are 72 miniatures in that box. 72 miniatures in Leviathan, so it might take us a couple of streams to get it all done. Just as a heads up for everyone. We might not get around to painting Leviathan until next week. But we can get it built. Do you mind if I have a few? Yeah, I do. Go get your own damn plastic. Shoo, go get your own plastic. Don't touch my Leviathan box. I was considering selling my Leviathan box, if I'm honest, though. I didn't think I'd actually get around to doing it. And then I decided, you know what? No. Why don't I get my head down and actually start painting and hobbying this year? And so far, I have pumped out 34 miniatures that I think look great. If you don't think so, then, you know, everyone's a critic, but I think they look great. Oh shit, I missed the gold bit. I missed the gold bit! Hang on. I just realized on the stubber there's an Aquila. Although, Ryan, if you're still here when I decide to take a small break, dude, I'll sit here and show you all the models I have still got to get done. How about that? Nah, just Iron Man. It one stream to build one. Wait, what? Iron Man it? Listen up, mate. I'm not Tony Stark. Alright, Sunshine. I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm not exactly Tony Stark. I literally muttered under my breath, damn it, like I was serious. No, I do not call it my grey pile of shame. I call it my pile of potential. Because I'm not ashamed of my pile of minis. Some people might sit there and be like, oh, I'm so ashamed I haven't painted my models. Well, that sucks, but for me, I'm not ashamed of it, so it is not my pile of shame. My little pile of potential is sitting there waiting for me patiently. This brush might be too big for this job, though. Not sure if I can... There we go. My hands are starting to shake.
Fucking nailed it!
We got Cobalt Commando 2. What's going on, my dude? Welcome to the stream. How are you today? Just done the base set. Now we wait. The base set? What?
What do you mean, man? What do you mean?
I might need to put my glasses on for some of these small details, guys. Nailed it. Right. What's going on? Oh, the base colors. Ah, I see. I see. I recently started working on stripping my entire army for repainting because I'm much better now. Cobalt, dude. I have literally just done the same thing. This is part of a set that I've been painting, right? And it used to be a combat patrol called the Vanguard Combat Patrol. Then they took the transport out, re-released it as the Vanguard Task Force or something, whatever, or Battle Force. But I bought it back when it was a combat patrol. So I smothered it in paint, ultramarine style, called it a good job, and I was like, yeah, that'll do. But I've gotten back into the hobby this year, and I've been painting far better than I ever have before. And I took a look at my old Vanguard Combat Patrol, and I was like, nah, they're shite. Stripped them all down, redid all of them. And this is the last model of my old Vanguard Combat Patrol. So yeah, my dude, I've done the same damn thing. Oh, you guys know each other.
Kermit the Frog.
Alright, we got one more bit here. So what is it you're working on at the moment? This is a weird angle to try and sit my brush on, but never mind. Right, I think that's all the red details up there. Apart from the purity seals, need to get the purity seals done. How do I do this without touching the rest of the tank is the problem, because I don't want to be wiping off any paint. I can touch the repulsor bits, because I'll be doing them at the end. I'm trying not to touch the rest of the tank, because I don't want to be stripping the paint off. Do you know what? I think my hair is now long enough to the point where I should start wearing either a headband or some hair ties, because the hair is getting in my way when I'm painting now. Somebody, like years ago, when my daughter was first born, I had like very, very long hair. And somebody was laughing at me because I was wearing a headband. And I was like, what are you wearing that for? That's for girls. I was like, actually, headbands are for people that have long hair. They're not gender specific. Like, it was a neutral color, you know? It was just a black hairband. I was like, it's designed to keep head out your face. It's not for women. It's just that women at the moment are the only ones that grow out their hair. So yeah, I don't mind wearing headbands. They're very, very useful. Especially if you don't want to have to bother with a hair tie. I have noticed more men growing out their hair now, though. Maybe it's coming back. Maybe men with long hair is coming back into fashion, who knows? Like a boss. Now there's just one more side to this, and I don't think I'm going to be able to get it. Although I don't think it's that important, because nobody's ever going to see it from that angle, because the roof will be on. Hang on. I see the experiment. Ah, it doesn't matter. Okay, that's fine. That'll do. You literally went, I did it that bad. Dude, I've shown you my first ever Space Marine, right? I don't know if I've still got pictures of it on the Discord. It might be a while ago now, but I did post some pictures on my Discord of what they looked like before, and they were not good, okay? Not by any stretch of the imagination. My previous attempt at Ultramarines were not anywhere near as good as mine now. So, yeah, I stripped them all down and thought, fuck it, start again. Painted my first army as Black Templars, and then the White Scars. So now I'm doing a homebrew. Black with blue and silver guns. Hell yeah, dude. Haircuts are just too costly. You know what, mate? That's probably what it is. That is probably what it is, mate. Haircuts are stupidly expensive. Can you join the 40k Discord? What 40k Discord? Right, I just got to decide how I want to do the yellow on those headlights. Do I do it with a speed paint, or do I do it with just a normal acrylic? I'm not sure. Because it's such a small area, I don't think a speed paint is the way to go. Oh, I'm gonna need to drill that barrel, aren't I? Alright. Let's get the base coats on the missiles. It's a bit of a misrepresentation there, Ryan. I don't run a 40k Discord. I just run a Discord. It's not necessarily a 40k one. Oof, went slightly over onto the black there. That's kind of annoying. Oh dear. I'm just gonna have to accept I'm gonna have to do some cleanups here. Yeah. I don't know why the paint is so wet. It's not on my palette. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a lot of cleanup on this bit, never mind. Yeah, I don't know what's going wrong with this, but let's just start again. Maybe way too much moisture in my brush. Now we've got this rocket pod to do. I'll get to the chat in just a moment, guys. I quite like to concentrate when I'm doing a specific part. Yeah, it's gonna need some cleanup in there in the rocket pod, but got all the rockets red now. Right, to the chat. You mentioned a Discord for models. I have been looking for one for a while. Yeah, dude, it's a public Discord, man. Anyone can join. We just like to point out that I know that some of the viewers, and it's always been the same with my channel, are a bit on the younger side. I don't have an age limit for my channel or for my content or for my Discord, but bear in mind that if you are a younger individual, that my content, my Discords, my social medias, they are intended for more mature audiences. So, you know, just as a pre-warning, don't be too shocked if you jump in one day and you kind of get exposed to stuff. You're like, holy fuck, I was not expecting this. Ah, my eyes! You know, it's like, it is meant for mature audiences, but you know, just as a pre-warning for the younger lot. I don't have an age limit, like an age... What am I trying to say? You don't have to be a certain age to join. Anyone's welcome to join and hang out, but just keep an open mind. Dark humor. Yeah, dark humor. You know. Oh my god. Right. While I'm waiting for all that to dry, Ryan, I did promise you I'd show off my pile of potential, did I not? If you're still there. Because I don't want to agitate any of the stuff on the model at the moment. It's still drying. Ryan is still in the chat. Okay, so let me scoot back and forth. I have my next project, which will be Leviathan. And it has still got its seal somewhere. There you go, I don't know if you can still see it. But the seal is still on it, and I've never breached the seals. And it's still a sealed Leviathan box that comes with all those miniatures. 72 models. And I'll read off. It has, for the Space Marines, a Captain in Terminator armor, a Librarian in Terminator armor, an Apothecary Biologus, a Primaris Lieutenant in Phobos armor, 5 Terminators, 5 Stern Guard veterans, 10 Infernus Marines, and a Ballistus Dreadnought. For the Tyranids, we have a Neurotyrant, 2 Neuraloids, 1 Tyranid Prime, 3 Von Ryan's Leapers, a Psychophage, a Screamer Killer, 11 Neurogaunts, 20 Termagaunts, 2 Ripper Sporms, and 5 Barbgaunts. That's a lot of space bugs. And I fucking can't wait. I can't wait to paint the space bugs. But yeah, that's Leviathan. That's the next big project we're be doing on the channel. Then I also have, not Warhammer related, The Lord of the Rings, The War of the Rohirrim box set, The Battle for Edoras. Box contains a rules manual, 48-page scenarios, profile booklet, 12 six-sided dice, the Middle-earth range ruler, a 3x3 double-sided playmat, 2 Rohan houses, a quick reference guide, along with 56 miniatures, including Haleth, the Prince of Rohan, both mounted and dismounted. It has Hama, Prince of Rohan, mounted and dismounted miniatures, 24 Warriors of Rohan. We have Wolf, High Lord of the Hill Tribes, mounted and dismounted. General Targ, guess what? Mounted and dismounted. With 24 Hill Tribesmen. I have, for Star Wars Legion, 2 Imperial LAAT Patrol Transport Vehicles. I have 2 of these to build and paint. Oh, I just dropped something. I also have built, but not primed or painted, the Warhammer 40,000 Combat Patrol for the Tau, which comes with all those guys. They're built but not painted. Ugh. I have Chapter Master Marneus Calgar in the armor of Antocleus. I have Lieutenant Titus, Lieutenant of the Ultramarines, with a couple of gaunts in the box as well. I have 10 Astra Militarum Death Corps of Kriegsmen. I also have, for Star Wars Legion, the Rebel A5 speeder truck. Oh my god, so many things. Don't you tell me. I like miniatures and I will paint what I like, thank you. I also have the Warhammer Age of Sigmar Starter Set Extremis. That comes with all that stuff. Now, I think I might sell this box because I don't think I'm ever going to paint it. I spent £110 on it, so I'm hoping to hopefully at least get the same, because this also has its seals on it and it's never been opened. This comes with 32 miniatures, a Lord Imperatant, 5 Vindicators, and 3 Praetors. It also has some Crow Boys, the Swamp Kala Shaman and Potgrot, 10 Hobgrot Slitters, and 10 Gut Rippers, including some what'd you call that? Terrain bits. Along with range rulers, like rules and all that shit. But yeah, I've got that to do as well, but I think I'm gonna sell this one because I don't think I'm ever gonna paint this one. Do I have anything else? I also have... hang on. I also have 10 Hellblasters that are built primed, and I've got all their armor blue, but they need to be finished. And I have a whole box of Star Wars Legion Empire vs. Rebels box that have all been built and primed, but I haven't done anything else with them because this is my daughter's project that we are doing together. So this comes with a bunch of Rebel troopers, and I primed them all up for her. She built them, I just primed them for her. It comes with ATRT. Where is the man, the myth, the legend himself? It comes with a couple of speeder bikes. It comes with Luke Skywalker. Where's the bloody Smeghead gone? There he is. And Darth Vader! So yeah, this is my daughter's project, so I'm not allowed to touch this, really. Although I do want to show off some of the Star Wars Legion guys I have painted for the 212th. This is some early work I did years ago, mind you. If I was to repaint them today, I think they'd be a lot better. But this is some of the guys I did for the 212th Attack Battalion. Why are you stuck together? Some of my clones. I don't think they're too bad, but I could have done a much better job. But yeah, so got a whole box of these guys and some droidicas I was working on but never got around to it. That, boys, girls, ladies, and gentlemen, is my pile of potential. Is it big enough? And the thing is, I want to be buying more miniatures. Oh, man. I really want to buy new miniatures. Strand, shut up. You're not one to talk, buddy. You're not one to talk. Cobalt, I am new to 40k, and I don't know what any of that is. It's fine. We all start somewhere, dude. But as you see, I don't just paint Warhammer. Anything I think that looks cool, I'll paint it. So I've got Star Wars Legion, there's some Lord of the Rings, Middle-earth battle strategy game in there. I want to get a bunch of bolt action because I think it looks really cool. I need to get all the new Star Wars Legion stuff because they've redone their whole range since I got those clone troopers. What else do I want to buy? Some Fallout Wasteland miniatures. Although I'm holding off on that because there's rumors they might be refreshing their range as well. So we'll see. Okay, so next I think I'm going to do the highlights on the reds. How's the base looking? The base isn't quite dry yet. No, it's not quite dry yet. So this is what the tank's going to be sitting on top of. Ideally, it'll be sat on top of that to give the illusion that it's floating. Or resting on top of a rock. And then obviously I'll need to come in with my dry brush. And, sorry, my dry brush? My airbrush. And do this all base. But the texture's looking pretty good so far. I think. What do you guys think of the texture on it so far, like the wavy bits? This is obviously very much a work in progress. This is nowhere near done. But that's going to be the base for it. It's going to have a lot more rocks on it. It's going to have, obviously, more color to it and stuff. Very similar to the bases I've done before. Mate, I'm not new to 40k and I hardly know what that is. There you go. Right, so I started with Mephiston, and I think I'm going to move up to... not Astropath Red. Yep, I'm going to move up to Evil Sun Scarlet, I think. But yeah, so that's my big pile of potential. So next we'll be cracking into that big Leviathan box. And we'll be building it all up, and once it's all built, I'll separate them into their containers, and I want to start working on the Tyranids. Yeah, I want to do my space bugs, because I have painted 34 Space Marines this year, to a pretty decent standard, and I'm losing my mind on Space Marines at the moment. So I want to swap it up a bit, and do a couple of my space bugs. Not going to need too much of this, so I'm just going to put a little dollop of that down. Don't need a lot. There we go. So for anyone who wonders why I'm not really taking good care of this brush, this is my shit brush. This is the one I use to scoop paint, and yeah, this is my shit brush. Everyone needs a shit brush. I'm not exactly lacking on brushes, guys. I have a lot of paintbrushes. I have an obscene amount of paintbrushes. So that's like the constant debate within the community I've noticed is about brushes. Some people will argue that the better your brush, the better your work will turn out. I would humbly disagree. I have never used an expensive brush. I'm never going to use an expensive brush. I would rather use cheaper brushes and really wear them out, and then just go get more cheap brushes. So all I'm doing for these red bits, guys, is I'm putting like a little circle of Evil Sun Scarlet in the middle. this one I might put a bit more, because the Mephiston didn't really cover as well as I'd hoped it would. So your quantity over quality, what do you mean? Of brushes? Well, the thing is, my brushes aren't exactly bad. Just because they're cheap doesn't mean they're bad. If you take care of your brushes, guys, it doesn't matter how much money you've spent on them. Just take care of your stuff. Like, if I do a lot of painting in the space of a week, right? What I'll do is I will then clean my brushes thoroughly and properly with shampoo instead of special soap. I'll just use shampoo. It's all hair. I clean it with shampoo and it becomes nice and soft and clean. And then I just, you know, rinse, repeat, use them until they finally wear out on me. I've had these brushes for over a year. This exact set of brushes, right? I know my buddy Strand recommended me some new brushes, and I have used some of them. Because they are quite useful, but this particular set I've been using for over a year. Let's see if we can get some on these purity seals down here. Don't have to be too neat about this, just to give it the general highlight idea. Because you're not really going to see these purity seals. There we go. The only thing that changes with cheap to expensive brushes is the time they last. If I don't understand that. I love me some good brushes, but it's like expensive toilet paper. It's just nice, but does the same job. Exactly, Lee. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Exactly. Don't get me wrong, nice toilet paper feels better on your arsehole, but it does the same job as the cheap stuff. It cleans your bum. It cleans the booty, and that's all it needs to do. So it's the same as brushes for me. I don't see the point in spending, because my funding for this hobby is very limited, right? So the way I see it is if I take care of my stuff and buy cheap brushes, then I don't need to worry about replacing them if I do make a mistake and wreck them. Oh, this was the one that was way too watered down. That's why the red hasn't covered very well on there. Ah, okay. Thoughts on homebrew? What, like homebrew Marines or something? Is that what you mean? If that's what you mean, I love the idea of homebrew Marines. Or homebrew miniatures in general. Love the idea. I'm not that creative to do it myself, but I love the idea of it. Like, some people can come up with some amazing paint schemes and some really cool lore behind it. And I love that. I think it's great. I am definitely not a person that is against homebrew. Like, my buddy Strand in the chat did his own homebrew version for a Tyranid he painted up, one of the Norn emissaries. And for me, it kind of looks like a xenomorph Tyranid, and I think it looks really cool. But yes, I'm very much all for homebrew miniatures, sorry. There we go. Rockets are looking really nice, I think. What does everyone think of that? I know you can't see super close to it. I have made some mistakes, which I will tidy up later on, like on some of the metal. If I hold it right up to the camera, you can see on the left-hand side, I've gone over with the metal on the black. Like the black onto the metal. So I need to clean that up a bit, but apart from that, that is looking sick. I have one set. Wait, Strand saying I have one set, then got the odd one that is for a particular thing, like the angled brushes. Yes! Yes, very much so. Excuse me. Lee saying, I have a couple of $30 brushes. I only use them for detail work because I don't want to ruin them. Yeah, see, there you go. Commando, I don't love playing the game, but rather like the models and lore. Well, that's the thing, like, I used to play a lot back in 4th edition with all my old guardsman stuff, right? Used to play loads, and painting was an afterthought. Like, if you see my old guard, dude, you'd be like, yeah, they look like they're tabletop ready, but they are not well painted at all. And I'll take the criticism, because all I did back then, I got my guardsman, slapped some paint on him, I was like, yeah, you're an ugly fucker, but you'll do. And that was it. I used to love playing the game and hated painting. That was 13 years ago. Now, yeah, I went and learned how to play the 10th edition game, and I had fun, sure. But I wouldn't really say it's for me. I'd rather go and play the game with people I know instead of random people, and I don't know anyone in this city. So I prefer painting now. I get more joy out of the painting. 3 weeks of painting that damn space bug, yes. Chuck it up in the Discord for everyone to see again in the hobby pics, dude. Or something, because it's a really cool Tyranid Xenomorph crossover. Really, really cool. Right, now, what should I do next? Should I get on to... No, I should be doing the lights, I think, and I've realized I've missed a red bit. I'm just going to do the Evil Sun Scarlet instead of the Mephiston Red. That's way too much paint on my brush. There's a little panel here. And if I remember, I'll come back and give you another coat. There we go. Right, let's do the yellow next. And I'm not sure if I want to do speed paint or not. Kinda, sorta do, kinda, sorta don't. Anyone got the time? It is 8:15 in the evening in the UK. We got Kitten Cece, I think is how you pronounce that. Hello, welcome! How are you? Welcome to the stream. I'm building Defiler legs right now. Perfect for a paint and build stream. Defiler, is that the new model they brought out? The new Defiler? Is that the one? If so, I've seen it, and I've seen it in battle reports, but I don't think I have the patience to build that thing. He says, looking at his Leviathan box. Do I want to use the contrast paint for this? Because it's such a small area, right? These little lights, I'll really try and hold it up. Right, see these little lights, right? Right in there, where my brush is. There's one there, and there's one right over here. I don't know if contrast is a good idea, because I think it might spill out too much. So I'm just going to use an acrylic, I think. And I'm going to use Uriel Yellow first, and then I'll go over it with a shade, and then I'll come back in with some Phalanx Yellow to highlight it up, I think. And then we've got these little grates over the top of where the light bit is. I don't know if you'll be able to see it properly. And then I'll delicately go over that with a black, I think. They're up in the Warhammer channel. Should it not be in the hobby picks, dude? Pretty sure that's a hobby pick one. Ryan, I have spent over an hour on one dude. Okay, Ryan. The amount of time it takes to do a miniature doesn't really matter. Unless you're really going for like a speed run. You know? Unless you're really going for a speed run. It doesn't matter how long you spend on a miniature. It really doesn't. Like, it took me, what? Didn't we do the math on how many streams it took me to do my Vanguard Combat Patrol? What, 58 hours to do... How many guys? 17? 58 hours to do 17 dudes in batch painting. You know? It doesn't matter how long it takes you. Enjoy the process. Make mistakes. Learn. Have fun. I really don't like these tubs. You know? It's all about the process and the journey, my guy. If you turned around to me and said, dude, it's taken me like 7 days of hardcore painting just to paint one Space Marine, I'd just turn around and be like, oh, mate, that must be awesome. How much fun have you had doing him, though? You know what I mean? I hate these Citadel tubs. They're so bad for this oozing paint out the back end. They're so bad for it. Hang on, guys. I need to clean this shit up. Nah, I tried. Looks like mustard. It sure is. I don't know about myself either, but I have the body built and painted and it's time for the legs. I'm more intimidated by the tanks, to be honest. Oh, mate. Tell me about it. This is my first vehicle since 4th edition. Now, if I was to give you an example of one of my old vehicles as a comparison, now, be nice on me, guys. Bear in mind that these vehicles were back in 4th edition. I was like 20 years old, and all I could care about was slapping paint on and getting them on the tabletop, okay? So be nice to me. Oh, those are my old bikers! Oh, remember that? Cool. I love opening up all my old stuff. Oh man, I really put no effort into any of this, did I? That's kind of gross. Actually, he's metal, but this was one of the best guardsmen I ever painted. My old commissar. My old metal commissar. That was the best one I painted when I was 20 years old. What do you guys think of that? That's my old metal commissar. Okay, so here's a great example of how bad my painting was back then. Look at that. My Ravenwing biker group. Not really well done, is he? Be honest, guys, he's pretty shit. He's tabletop standard. That was what I did when I was 20. But yeah, so I don't know where the turret is for it, and I'll be honest, I don't want to sit here for hours looking for it. Here's an old dreadnought I painted back when I was 20. That's what I did back when I was 20, and it doesn't look too bad, but it doesn't look great either. If you really look closely, you can see how thick and goopy the paint job was. Look how thick and gross that is. Like, really, really slapped on. That's all I cared about, slapping on that shit and getting it done. Okay, so I found one full Chimera. One full one. So, this was my tank standard back in the day. Right? Look how thin and nasty that paint job is. On the green. That was my tank before, and that was my attempt at battle damage. That was my attempt at battle damage. Look how yuck that paint job is, man. Ew. So when you compare the two now, the different standards of painting, yeah, very different. But yeah, there you go, guys. A little show and tell of my history of all my old guard shit. I might have to just get all my guard stuff, all my old guard stuff from when I was 20 years old, out on a table and do a little parade of them. Which sucks, because it means I now have to go and update my entire guard army with new, fresh soldiers. Okay, let's catch up on the chat. About to finish the last guy, just the base on the thing, then I'm done. Hey, Ryan, don't forget to paint the rims of your bases, my dude. He's not finished till you've done the rim of the base. So how much does your hobby cost per hour? The longer it takes, the less expensive your entertainment is. I mean, that's one way of looking at it. I don't really try and look at the financial side of it, if I'm perfectly honest. Kitten saying, he's beautiful! He's really not though, dude. He's really not though. He's really not. I appreciate it though. Cobalt saying it looks better than mine. Lies! Somebody fetch the Inquisition. He's lying again. Okay, so this might take a few coats. But I need to try and concentrate here. 2 seconds, guys, and then I'll get back to the chat, alright? Oh, this is really, really liquidy. Oh dear. I wanted it to be more liquidy than normal because I wanted it to get into those recesses, but I might have overdone it. Oh, that's way too overdone. Oh dear. No, no, no. No, no, no. Yeah. Made a mess of that. Why all of a sudden is that super liquidy? Alright, I'll fix it once it dries up, guys. I just can't hit the blue. Me hands are shaking. It's leveling out as it dries. I can literally see it happening because it's nice and warm in my room. I can see it leveling out. That's fine. And like I said, I'll darken it down with a wash, and then we'll come in with a highlight afterwards. And then we'll do the gray. Get in there, you little bugger. Nope, went over a bit on the blue. Crap. Okay, we're making a mess. I'll have to come back in with the blue. But yeah, wait for those to dry. That's fine. Let's see. Kitten saying, I'm fairly new to the hobby, so I don't have a ton of models that are... Look how far I've come! Thing is, Kitten, right? We all make that journey. Like, I've got him right here for an example, right? Oh, 2 seconds. Right. So, we all have a journey in hobbying. And I'm still a new painter, right? I haven't been painting properly for long. I've been painting properly for a couple of months, but we all have that journey. Death card looking dreadnought, thick and goopy is their thing. But looks so loved. Oh my god, no. So, for everyone watching, that was my first ever Space Marine. back in 4th edition. This was my Space Marine. Look how nasty that is. It's like the memes on Facebook. That was literally my first Space Marine. Right? This is a guy I painted like a couple of months ago. That's, it's a bit of a difference. I'm not saying my painting is professional or anything, because it's really not, but I like my new standard of painting. I really do. I love my new standard of painting. So, compared to where I was, to where I am now, I'm quite happy with it. We all get there, guys. Strand, when you think it was 20 years ago and that you were after table ready, it wasn't bad. When you were 20 even. I was going to say, it wasn't 20 years ago, mate. I'm not as old as you. No, I'm just kidding. No, it was about 13 years ago. Lee saying, when you know that wouldn't be so bad with a wash on it. Probably not, no. Ryan, hey, check the Discord when you can. I just finished them all. Ooh, let's have a look. Whee! Oh, look at that. Your Infernus Marines are ready for battle. Glorious battle. They look good, my dude. They look real nice. Right, so while I'm waiting on that yellow, I'm gonna go in with... Is that blue still any good? I just noticed a bit that needs a bit of a cleanup. Just down here where the gold is. Can I get in there? Like a boss. And then, since that's all dry now, let's just dry up that bit. There we go. Right. Let's wash the gold. Let's wash the gold. Put the red away. Don't need you anymore. Put the yellow away. Don't need you anymore. Remind me. Was it Seraphim Sepia that we needed? I think it was, wasn't it? It was... Pretty sure it was Seraphim Sepia you needed for golds. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, though. About to have... a bed bug for dinner. You're gonna go and fry up some gaunts, are you, my dude? Hell yeah. Get the little buggers. Cobalt saying my homebrew comes from my first army, which was a Black Templar army. I was bad at painting and people weren't shy about telling me. I am now painting my homebrew with metallic black armor and blue guns. Fuck yes. Cobalt Commando. Don't ever let anyone get to you about your painting, right? I think a model with paint on it will always be far superior to a model that doesn't have paint on it. It doesn't matter the painting skill. Does it have paint on it? Yes. It'll be looking good, I promise you. I'm pretty sure it's Seraphim Sepia I'm meant to be using. We'll soon find out if I cock this up. Right, I am actually going to run that through the vortex real quick, because that has not mixed properly. Right then. If that base dries, we might even be able to get to play with the airbrush for a little bit. Okay. That's going to dull that gold down nicely. Beautiful. A little bit on the skull here. No, that's way too much on my brush. There you go. We've got another skull over here. I know it's not as close to the camera as you guys might like, but unfortunately, if I bring it too close to the camera while I'm trying to do it, I'm gonna end up smacking my phone about. With my brush, it'll get in my way. But yes, I use my phone as a camera because I cannot afford a big fancy camera to do it. There you go, a bit on you. Let's get a little bit on you. Dull you down nicely. And then we've got some gold on the inside. Gonna be a little bit heavier with this. This is gonna be mostly in the shadows anyway. Not too worried about this one. There we go. I'm also gonna use this on the purity seals. Because you're not really going to see the purity seals. So just a little bit of something, just a little tickle, is all we really need. And then at a glance, when you look at the inside, you'll be like, oh yeah, those are purity seals. Alright, we'll go back over those in a minute. So now that the gold is done there, we need to go over to the turret. Let's see, Ryan, oh my god, I never realized I had it to 50 seconds for ages. Oh no! Nightmare, dude. Absolute nightmare. Well, I appreciate all the new viewers we've had come in and hang out with me. That's really cool, guys. I appreciate it. I realize I'm not exactly a professional painter or any of that jazz, but I appreciate you all hanging out with me. Lovely. Right, now to wash the metal. We get to use liquid gold. Good old Nuln Oil. I'm pretty sure I've finished this pot, but we'll find out in a minute. But yeah, so we got Ryan working on his Infernus Marines, Cobalt's working on his Homebrew chapter, Kitten's working on a, what was it, a Defiler? Strand, are you hobbying at the moment, or are you doing Star Citizen? The citizen of the stars. Oh no, we still got a little bit in there. No, I can't be too heavy with this time. May or may not have gone slightly overboard on my, what are they called? The infiltrators. And all this will do is darken down all that metal. And try not get any on the actual rockets themselves. Lovely. And then we've got all this metal here to do. Seem to have missed that aerial, so I'll have to come back to that. I'm in space at the moment, too tired to focus on painting. Ah, that's fair, dude. Work take out of you today, did it? Cobalt's kind of shocked how nice you guys are. I will subscribe. Hell yeah, dude, I'd appreciate that. Well, why are you shocked that we're nice people? What's up with that? Have you had rather negative encounters? If so, that kind of sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Most people I've found in the hobby are mostly good people. I say mostly because just like in any hobby, you will have the zealots. But with Warhammer, I don't know, most of the people I've come across are actually really cool people. You've had some negative experiences. Tell me about them, dude. That sucks. What happened? But yeah, Strand, if they drop that patch, let me know, man. Because then it will give me more incentive to grind like a beast over the next couple of days on that game. Right, what else we got to do? Let's see. Also, many people stereotype us because they see us like two people that are douches and suddenly we all are. Wait, what? I don't understand. Some guy picked up my model and said, could do better. Wait, what? Seriously. That's rough, man. I don't think that's fair. Like, not everyone is going to be able to paint up to, like, professional painting standards. And it's not fair to judge people like you would expect a professional painter to do stuff, you know? That's rough, man. I'm sorry that happened to you. Well, I wouldn't really call myself a good painter at all. I just put paint on a model. And it's not really about who can paint better than who, either. I think it's more about just enjoying the hobby, having some really cool people to hang out with. I mean, that's how I think of it anyway. Strand, they are doing shadow patches, so I don't know if a client-side patch will happen. Oh, okay. Yeah, exactly, Cobalt, dude. As long as you're happy with your work, that literally is all that matters at the end of the day, man. I know that we can all be our own worst enemies when it comes to judging our work, but thing is, don't compare it against professional painters. Right? Because they are professional painters. Compare your work against your old work. And if you don't have any old work to reference to, keep painting miniatures whenever you can. Understand it's an expensive hobby, but just whenever you can, paint more miniatures, then compare your work to what you've done previously. That's what I started doing. I started looking at my models and be like, well, hang on, compared to what I've done before, this is bloody amazing. You know? It's all about a mindset. Doesn't matter if anyone likes your models. Then what matters is, do you like them? That's way too much on my brush. Oh, we've got these front bits to do still. All right. Looking good. Unfortunately, some like to make themselves feel big and better than others by belittling others. You never compete with anyone but you last week. Exactly. Exactly what he said. What he said. I have a 3D printer, which is nice. The cost is now low. Oh, shit, dude. I really would love to get myself a 3D printer one day. Which one did you end up getting? Oh, time to have a break. Woo! Smoke break. Elegoo Mars. Ooh. So how difficult is it to actually 3D print models? Because don't you have to like balance the plate and stuff and synchronize everything properly? Isn't it just a complete and utter ball ache? Or is it pretty easy? If you say it's pretty easy, I will buy one. Yeah, Cobalt Commando, if you can, bud. In my Discord, there's a bit for like useful tools. If you've got a link for the one you bought, could you chuck it in there for me? Whenever you've got time, it doesn't have to be right now. Because I was looking at getting into 3D printing. Strand is my witness. We've talked about it. Problem is, if I do, Strand will probably be like, oh, I bought this new STL, can you print off some miniatures and send them to me? No doubt, right, Strand? You'll be like, oh, mate, can you print me off some of these guys and send them to me? It's easy after the first 3 prints. Interesting. Ooh. Ryan, sorry mate, I'm gonna go now. No worries, Ryan. Thanks for hanging out, my dude. Your Marines are looking awesome. Keep up the good work, my guy. Just keep up the good work. You're doing great. Alright, now I was gonna shade the yellow. And then I was going to bring in the black for the grating. And then I was going to highlight the yellow. That's way too much shade. Holy crap. See if I can absorb some of that. Better. Right. What next? There isn't a lot left to do. If I'm perfectly honest. I need to do these screens in the back. I'll probably do that now. Come here. There we go. Nope, wrong one. Fuck. Alright, and I want to show off what's really cool about the vortex mixers. And see how my Tesseract glow is quite separated and it doesn't look very good? I'm just going to chuck it in my vortex mixer here real quick, maybe for like 10-20 seconds, and see how much of a difference it makes to have a vortex mixer. But like 10-20 seconds and it'll look awesome. And then flip it over. And there you go. Tesseract glow. Looks brand new. Definitely a great addition to anybody's hobbying toolset as a vortex mixer. have to come back in with a second coat for sure on some of this. That's way too much. Going slightly over onto the black, but that's okay. I can neaten that up later. There we go. Wonder if any of that red is still good. Yeah, this is fun. I'm gonna try and put some red dots. Hang on. Let's see. I posted the Marines I painted on Discord. What could I do better? I'll take a look at them in a minute, mate. I'll take a look at them in a minute. It's not about what you can do better. It's just about constructive criticism and how you can grow your skills, really. It's not saying you've done anything wrong. Alright? It's just criticism. I love criticism on my work. Try and put a more positive twist on it. It's like, maybe how I could have done things differently. Or, this is the result I was trying to achieve. I didn't quite achieve it. Can somebody, you know, give me some advice? April, what's up, dude? How you doing, April? You finally found me again on YouTube. Huzzah! Yes, April, I have escaped the grasp of Twitch. I'm now here on YouTube. How you doing? As you can see, April, we are no longer playing video games. We are now painting little toy soldiers. We also got Frankie! Frankie! What's going on, Frankie? Frankie boy! So I've just put a bunch of red buttons in there for now. And I'm going to try and find a blue I really like for that. I'm going to close up the technical glow for now, but I am going to come back for a second coat in a minute for some of that. What would be a nice blue? That looks nice. What's that? That is Baharoth Blue. Let's see what that looks like. Lunch break. Fuck yeah, Frankie. How's your day been treating you? How's your shift? So I don't think I've got any, like, glowy blues. Not that I know of, anyway. Let's see how that looks. Might be a bit light for what I'm going for. It's not quite the shade I want. No, it's not, is it? It's a bit too bright for what I'm after. Nah. Nope, not that one. Put that over there. What about Frostheart? Good. Busy. Makes the day go by. Hell yeah, dude. Glad to hear it, man. I'm glad you're having a good day. We have the man, the myth, the legend, Eddie! Excited! Knock it back with a touch of McCrag Blue. Yeah, maybe. I want to see what this looks like, though, first. Wow, this one's really separated. This might need more than 20 seconds in the mixer. There we go. Now you're mixing. I want to see what Frostheart looks like once I've mixed it up. God damn, you were separated. April, been busy past all my classes this semester, and now I'm on summer break. Summer break! Whoop whoop! Got any plans for summer break, or are you just chilling? See, in the UK, we don't really have summer break. This could be good. Maybe. I'm gonna try one or two with this and see how it looks. Now, it might not be on camera very well, guys, but I am prioritizing the model over the camera right now. Is this really a contrast paint? It acts more like a shade. Like, this is a very, very wet contrast. I don't know. I kind of like that blue. Maybe we've got to try and force more of the pigment in there. That is a very liquidy contrast paint. It's not very thick, you know? Cocked that up, didn't I? Sorry, I'll be correcting some of those mistakes later on. Well, that was a very sudden end to the music. Holy crap. Alright, let me go find some more. Yeah, I think that's a nice blue in there. I think that's really cool. Might need to do like a white dot or something on the top of it just to make it really stand out, but I like that. That's cool. Holy crap, that was a really, really sudden end to the music. Let's have a look. Both gaming might be going to dads you don't know yet. That looks amazing. Thanks, Cobalt. Thank you, man. Eddie, it's great for glazing, blending blues when blasted through an airbrush. Am I painting the floor? Yeah, I know, right, Eddie? That was such a sudden stop to the music. I don't know. Let me check the reference picture again. I don't remember if the reference picture had the floor painted or not. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. We got Clay, KBFP. What's going on, dude? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Not sure how I came across this came across my feed, but I'm currently gluing 125 plus ERA plates to the repulsor. Cheers for being my background noise. Anytime, glad to be of service. Balls. Yeah, the floor is black. Don't want to do more black. Fine. Yeah, I'll be painting the floor. Thanks for the heads up on that one, Cobalt. The floor is also black. Now, because these bits, right, on the reference picture, if I show you real quick, these bits, they're all, like, metallic and stuff like that. Now, I'm not that gifted. I'm not that gifted to be able to get in there and do all that properly. So what I might do is I might get a flat brush and maybe just upwards dry brush some metal and see how that looks on there. I might not do it on camera because I want to make a tit out of myself, but that's the idea I think I might go for those. Eddie's saying I'm racist. What? In what way, shape, or form am I racist? That's not really something we joke about here. Not even a little bit. What way, shape, or form am I racist? Because you didn't want more black. Listen up, mate. If you know any gorgeous black girls that want to come and date my ass, then by all means. I've dated women from all around the world. I think I'm the furthest person. If you want to say anything more accurately, I'm intolerant, not racist. But then again, I'm intolerant of a lot of people. I'm the type of guy, if you look at Facebook memes, right? I'm the type of guy to look outside and be like, oh, I wish I could go outside today, it's really nice, but there's too many people outside. Most definitely not racist. I'm going to try and be as neat as possible with this. And what I might do is I might dry brush, what was it, Ashen Grey? I might try and dry brush some Ashen Grey, whatever that paint was I used for the bolters. I might dry brush some of that on the benches and the floor just to give them some more something. Because if it's just flat black, it's going to look a bit meh. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to add a bit of water to this so it runs into that recess a bit easier. too bad. Everybody's a little racist. Sometimes that's no reason to go around committing hate crimes. Whenever I hear hate crime, it just reminds me of that video my buddy Strand sent to me. The God of War one. It's so funny. Surprised I'm being as neat as I am so far, not going over the edge. Kinda need that light over here a bit more. There we go, getting there. Although I seriously cannot express how excited I am to be able to move on to my Tyranids after this. It's getting tricky. Oh my goodness, I hit my phone again. Getting tricky because my hands are shaking. I don't know if you guys want to see it on camera or not, but I was planning on getting a whole bunch of my leftover Space Marine heads, right? And I was gonna put them on little pins in like a sub-assembly style, right? And I was gonna try and practice painting heads and skin. I don't know if anyone actually wants to watch that on camera or not. Oh, I've gone over, haven't I? Balls. So I'm not sure how successful I'll end up being. I mean, we can always do it off camera if people aren't generally interested in that sort of thing. There we go. Right, that's all the edges done. Now I can go nuts in the middle. I somehow lost an entire shield in the time it took me to type that. Where the F did it go? I'm done. Found it. Oh, okay. Does anyone on Discord have feedback on my Marines? Oh, I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, mate. Once I've done this floor, I will go and have a look at it. But if you look at the chat, the Something Shorter Studios is our resident expert on painting. He's the one I kind of go to for advice. He's the one that helped me do my my cape on Chief Librarian Tigerius. Because I wasn't sure how to get the definition in the cape. Went to him and he was able to help me out. But he is generally the man to go to. He's super friendly. pretty sure he does commission work as well. Isn't that right, Eddie? Do you do commission work, or am I just imagining that? Was it somebody else on Chaplin's streams that did commission work? Was it you? I'm pretty sure it was you. Almost certain it was you. Watch it be somebody else, and I'm gonna look like a right idiot. Alright. Gone over a little bit on the blue there, but that's fine. We'll come back to it and tidy it up later. I heard my name. What's going on? I do, sir. Excellent. Oh, I was just giving you praise, essentially, Eddie. I was basically saying, like, you're the guy to go to for advice. But let me go and look at the Marines. Let's have a look. Oh, they got tiger stripes. That's cool. Oh, that's a really cool idea. I love that idea. That's great. There's only one thing I can say, and I'm pretty sure Eddie's going to say it as well if he sees it. Build your bases. Just do a little something something with the base, bud, and you'll be fine. It looks fine. I love the tiger stripes. I think that's great. I don't think I've ever seen tiger stripes on a Marine before. That's cool. But yeah, just do a little something something with the base, mate, and you'll be finished. Happy to have your ego fluffed anytime. There you go. Oh yeah, Eddie, I was going to ask you, how's the missus and how's the kids? Are they all healed up now, or things still a bit touch and go? Okay, what I'm going to try and do now is use my very small brush, and I'm going to try and get those grates done. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get a good camera angle for you guys to be able to watch it, but hand, stop shaking, please. My hand betrays me. No, my hand's just shaking away. What is going on? Why is my hand shaking so much? Wife's into physical therapy recovery, but everything's healed, getting everything ready for our road trip next week. So I've been go, go, go. Oh, dude, road trip. Road trip. That's awesome, man. That's good to hear. Kids must be excited about that, though. Going on a road trip. It's a good thing I'm coming back in here with the yellow, because I've made a right mess of this. Not to boast or anything, but usually my brush control is really good. But today, my hand is just not having it. Of course my face gets itchy. Yeah, it's a good thing I'm coming back in with that yellow. Stop shaking. I know I've made a lot of mistakes on the black guys, but I was planning on going back in with the yellow anyway. Like, goddamn. Okay. Right, I'm gonna take a second. So what does everyone think of me sitting down on a stream one day and just practicing doing Space Marine heads? What does everyone think of that idea? Shork guy, what's up, dude? It's his first one, and he's still a bit too young to really understand until it happens. All he knows and is excited for is he gets to feed giraffes. Hell yeah, giraffes. So I have tiger shoulders, green eyes, silver trim, and blue guns. Yeah, boy. I love those tiger stripes, man. That's really cool. That's really, really cool. I've never seen tiger stripes on a Marine before. That's a really cool idea. Love it, man. Absolutely love it. But yeah, just do a little bit with your base and I think you'd be finished. Go ahead. Hey! I think practice is never a bad thing. I'm still figuring out my face process myself. Yeah, I mean, I've got a whole bunch of spare Space Marine, like, bare heads because I don't use them. I use helmeted versions wherever possible, but because I've got Marneus Calgar and Lieutenant Titus to do, and I really want to do a good job on them because they're quite big characters. You know, I want to get the face process down to a level I'm happy with before attempting those models, you know? Speaking of attempting models, this one's almost done. Almost. I need to touch up the screens. I need to dry brush the metal on these panels here. And I'm thinking about, one, putting another coat on the floor. But yeah, I'm thinking about maybe dry brushing some light gray or something on the black, but that definitely needs another coat. But I'm loving the way it looks so far. And then as soon as the base dries off, I can then start playing with my airbrush again. I almost picked up my water here to drink. Oh my god, no, that would suck. Imagine getting a nice mouthful of that. I hate my bare heads on Space Wolves. I think the problem is because to do a face properly, you know, it takes a lot of effort. I got lucky on Tigurius here, because all I really did was a white face. I did a white face, I used Gilliman flesh over the top, and then I'm pretty sure it was Kislev flesh for highlights. And that was it, that's all I did. So, layer of white, Gilliman flesh, let that dry, and then Kislev flesh highlights. That's all I did. And he looks great. Hayden! What's up, dude? Don't drink the forbidden water. Also, hello. Yes, it is very much forbidden. Hello, hello, hello. How are you today, Hayden? Because once the base is done, guys, I can then touch up all these metal grab bits that I've forgotten to do, and then I can do the aerial as well. And then, I can stick them on the base, do all these grab bits, and then I might practice some battle damage. Or at least I'm going to give it a shot, some battle damage anyway. What are you working on tonight then, Hayden, if you're working on anything? Cobalt Commando, not racist, but colored heads are easier. Right, so here's the thing about racism. It is not racist to say that black people are black. Or that Asian people look Asian. Or white people look white. It's not racist, it's just pointing out the obvious. It's fact. You know? People need to be a lot less eggshelled. You know, you don't walk on eggshells. Well, I've got friends from all over the world. All different skin colors, all different shapes and sizes of friends. I have dated women from around the world, again, all different skin colors. I don't think it is racist to say that I am a pasty pink white guy, because I'm not really white, I am pasty pink. You know? With really nasty skin, so don't look at my spots. But, you know, it's... I will admit that if you're going to paint like a black guy, like, what's that guy from the Space Marine 2 campaign? What's his name? He's got the metal hand. He's got the cyborg hand and stuff. And he kind of goes off on a rampage when he meets the Thousand Suns. What's his name again? Like, yeah, painting their faces is simpler. It's still not easy. To do it well, it's not easy. You know, because skin, it doesn't matter what skin tone you have. Like, this is going to sound awful. I'm trying to remember her name. Hope? I think it was Hope. Something along those lines. Anywho, a girlfriend I had a long time ago, she was from Ghana, therefore she was black. But when you looked at her skin, it wasn't just an entirely dark tone. It's like us. We have our pink bits, and then the more white bits underneath. They also have the variation in skin tones. Yes, their skin tones are darker than ours, but they still have that variation. So in the face as well, you know? You still have to do the shadowing in the face. I know my face camera, like, bring it up so you can see my gorgeous face, right? You still have to do all the shadowing in the cheeks, under the lip, you know? For me, I'm getting older, so I have these rivets now in the side of my face, like right there, you know? Doesn't matter what skin tone you're doing, Asian, black, white, whatever, it still takes a lot of effort to do it right, and I've almost knocked my controller over. Chiron! That's his name, Chiron. Yes! Yes. But yeah, so I don't think it's racist to say a black person is black. It depends how you say things, more than what you're saying, I think. Bro, I thought that was coffee. It's paint water. That's paint water. That's paint water. My coffee is finished. I need to go make another one, but that's paint water. I'm not drinking that. You cannot pay me enough. Eddie, I love what I've started. Hey. Oh, dear. Frankie, I never stick the rear aerial on the back. It's just begging to be snapped off. If it gets snapped off, it gets snapped off, to be honest. A lot of my Infiltrator Marines aerials have snapped off. But yes, Chiron. Eddie, he's still going. What do you mean? You've drunk paint water before. That's gross. That's gross. That's yucky. That's yucky. I'm trying to think what else I can do to this model, guys, because now I think I'm just waiting on the base to get to dry up. I can do that next coat of black on the floor. That's for sure. But yeah, what's everyone working on this evening? wonder if Strand is still awake and doing his thing. I know it's getting on a bit for him. Just a bit more down at the bottom. I'm really only trying to go over the bits that look like they need a second coat. There we go. That'll do. I think the seats look fine. Short guy's working on some. Hayden wasn't feeling well all day, so barely did anything. Oh, mate, I'm sorry to hear that. You're alright, man. What's up with you? Frankie, working on a Toyota. Fair enough. You can do a messy dust layer on the bottom. Yeah, I might do a bit of dry brushing. Eddie, I'm now reaching out to my buddies in Colorado, seeing if they want to do a cookout while I'm there. Fuck yeah, dude. Can I come? I need a cookout. I need good food. I meant I'm working on my new orc box, my Death Copters. Hey, it's time to get to crumping, boys. Me boys. Me beautiful boys. Yes, we do love the orc boys. Boys. It's time to get to smashing. The only opportunity I'm going to have to paint any orcs is when the 11th edition box comes out. Although I say that, I did find in my cupboard... I'm going to need a smaller brush than this. I did find in my cupboard some old 3D printed orcs that my buddy sent to me from... He was in Scandinavia somewhere. And he sent me some 3D printed orcs, so I can paint them as well. Maybe to practice on before 11th comes out. I'm just caulking it up now. Let's have a look. I've got to do my wife's drive belt tomorrow, Frankie. Feel your pain. Oh dear. You need to get Armageddon so badly? Yeah? Have you picked your culture yet? Oh, for the orcs. Are you asking, like, what theme I'm going to do the orcs? I'm gonna be perfectly honest, Eddie. No, I haven't. I really don't know that much about the different clans for the orcs in 40k. I am somewhat uneducated in that. But if you had any suggestions, my guy, you know I value your opinion. If you have any suggestions on what you think would be a cool color scheme for them, please let me know. And I will then go and do my research. But yeah, no, I haven't really looked at color schemes for the orcs yet. Thoughts on 3D scan prints of Games Workshop models? That's not an easy question to answer. I'm not against the idea. The main problem is, yeah, I don't like the way Games Workshop or Warhammer price their miniatures. I think it's ridiculous, especially with the current economy. But at the same time, I don't want to, you know, skimp out too much on their miniatures, because if everyone just started 3D printing their miniatures, they're not going to have all the funding they need to continue as a business. You know, it's hard to look at it from two perspectives, the business and then the consumer point of view. Like, from a business point of view, it's kind of shitty. But then from a consumer point of view, it's like, hell yeah, cheaper miniatures, you know? So, I'm not against it. I'll leave it at that. I'm not against it, in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, I didn't want to tempt him into an anti-KKK rant. Eddie, shut up, man. You're like winding me up. Shut up, dude. Be silent. All I know is Goths led by Gazgul have checker patterns. That sounds like a nightmare to paint. Evil Suns go fast like guns and have some red. Death Skulls are painted blue and are lucky because blue means lucky. Or color theory. Yeah.
The red ones go faster. The purple ones are sneaky boys.
And then green for the Wah. Blood Axes is the best. They use tactics unlike the Yumi edited clans, plus they is dead cunning with their use of camo. I love orc stuff. It sounds so stupid, it's great. Blood Axes are my favorite unit are commandos who use tactics. So wait, hang on, the Blood Axes. I need to go and Google this now, because now I'm curious about Blood Axes. Like, no, but seriously, what would you guys think I should do for my 11th edition box orcs? Because I haven't the slightest Scooby-Doo. I have no idea. I know what I'm going to do with my Marines, but with the orcs, I've not a clue. As a mechanic, I'll be doing Cult of Speed and Draft Mob.
He's got to paint them all red. He likes the red ones.
I'm going to Google it. What did you say they were called? Blood Axes. This lot. Is it that lot? Hey, let me know how that goes, Cobalt. Don't have a color like the other clans, but they use camo. They have no concept that is supposed to blend into your environment. They just think it's the patterns that... Oh, it's great. That's honestly great. What's going on, Swoogie? What's going on, man? Welcome, welcome. Fair enough, Eddie. Fair enough, man. Ah, that sounds cool. Yeah. I'm not sure what I'll do my orcs as, to be honest. Let's have a look at... Hang on. How about... Orc... Clans... Warhammer 40k. Okay. It would help if I could type, but never mind. Go away. No, go away. I just want to look at a picture. I don't want to have to subscribe to all your fucking cookies like a Girl Scout or some shit. Piss off. That's a lot of color. Holy crap. Ah, that looks great. A lot of yellow. What's the yellow one? What's the yellow one? Hey, Steven, what's going on, man? Welcome to the stream. I'm new, I just started Warhammer 40k, and I picked Eldar. Space Elves! Woo! The Bad Moons. Ah, I see. I see the Bad Moons. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'll have to take a look. I'm gonna have to do my research on it for sure. And then make my mind up, because I don't know that much about the orc clans. I get the general idea of the orcs. Like, I've faced them in battle on video games many a time before. You know, the Dawn of Wars, the Total War Warhammer 1, 2, and 3. I know that's fantasy, but still. You know, the first Space Marine game, etc., etc. You know, I faced them in battle, so I get the general concept of the orcs, but as far as their individual clans and color schemes go, not a clue. Okay, until we wait for the base to dry, what do you think, guys, about the dry brushing? I'm thinking maybe like Eshin Grey or something. Just so that it's not flat black. It's either that or I come in and I dry brush these panels. I might do it off camera because that's going to be some weird angles to try and dry brush from. I'm not sure. Search up Girly Pop Warhammer. Oh, what is Girly Pop Warhammer? DACA themed culture, so Flash gets in mech guns. Hell yeah.
Orcs be the best.
Yes, they are. I'm making my own craft world up. They're gonna be emerald color. Ooh, that sounds great. Can't wait to see stuff like that, man. Steven, that's gonna be so cool. Yeah, that is. That sounds great. Emerald and bone color. Oh, mate, Steven. Oh, yes. Space elves with that kind of color? Fuck yes. Warhammer, but pink and bedazzled with jewels and gems. Oh, so that's like the Candy Marines that I saw on TikTok, right? It's like the Candy Marines. Like the little cutesy Marines and stuff. I was actually having a joke with Chaplin about that, right? I'm not sure if he will actually do it or not. But we thought it would be a good idea between the two communities to do a friendly competition where you pick any model that you have laying around that's not painted, and you do a candy-themed Warhammer model. I think that'd be really fun. Just a fun little painting competition. We can post all the results in the Discord. I'm not sure what I'm going to do now, guys, because I don't know what color I want to try and dry brush in there. And I'm not sure that dry brushing the metal is going to work out the way I want it to. Because trying to get into there with a normal brush is a nightmare. Eddie!
Eddie!
What do you think I can try and do for these panels in here? Because they're meant to be slightly metallic on those circles. But I have no idea how I'm going to try and achieve that. The Hello Kitty Marines. Exactly. I've got nothing against that. Like, if I was to go to a tabletop game one day, and somebody came up to me with, like, Hello Kitty Marines, I'd be like, oh, dude, that's sick. That must have taken you ages. I've got no problem with it. I love unique armies like that. Like, I'm doing a very unique blue style for my Ultramarines, right? Very unique blue. And I love when people take the initiative like that. Like, Hello Kitty Marines, or... I love it when people do, like, the Space Marines and the Star Wars crossover. You know, so, like, their power swords are lightsabers and stuff. I love those kind of conversions. I think it's great. Real answer or simple solution? Simple, please. Simple, simple, simple. While you're thinking of that, I'm going to go make a coffee. I'll be right back. Be nice to each other.
In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. Guitars blazing, they rock the scene. Streaming glory, living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're owning this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. But metal hearts will never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream.
I'm back, baby!
Let's have a look and see what I've missed. Dry brush metal in the 4 cardinal directions. Definitely a solid brush option. I just use cheap $2 synthetics myself and cycle them until they die. They didn't like their message, so now mine has no context. I could fix it, but this is funnier. Okay. Right, okay, so do you mean like a normal brush or use the flat brush? Any ideas on how to better strip paint from Space Marines? I think the advice is to use isopropyl alcohol and let them sit in there for about 10 minutes and bathe them in isopropyl alcohol. Then use like a toothbrush or something and then scrape it all off. But I use methylated spirits personally. Your dry brush. Yeah. Well, there's 2 different types of dry brush, isn't there? You've got the flat dry brush, and you've got the cone dry brush. There's two different types, mate. Swiggy saying, greetings! What's going on, Swiggy? How's the base looking? If I kind of jab you a little bit. No, you are definitely not dry. Man, how long are you going to take to dry? It's a nightmare. I love some of the texture I built up on this base, though. I'm going to have to try and remember how I did that. Love the texture. Yep, you're still drying. That's annoying. Right then. Where did this brush... Oh, it come from you. You go back over there. I brought my Commissar to school, and I have a curse that I always break my minis when I take them to school, so I came prepared, and I did break it, but luckily I brought super glue. Why'd you bring him to school? You've soaked them for 2 days. The paint stays. What did you soak them in for 2 days? If you keep a... You didn't soak them in isopropyl alcohol for 2 days, right? Well, I left my Marines in my methylated spirits for a couple of more minutes longer than I should have, and the plastic started getting really soft and bendy. You didn't leave it in isopropyl alcohol, right? Almost forgot. Do you have any advice how to do the runes in the Librarian and Terminator? I'm assuming this is all for Eddie. Dry brushes are round, but yours is far too big, so that kind of limits your options to your flat brush. I don't know, buddy. Hang on. Where's my little giblet? Where's my little giblet gone? I didn't get rid of it, did I? Hang on. Where's mine? I've lost something. Where's it gone? I didn't put it over here, did I? Nope. I've lost my mini dry brush. That's the problem with having such a big desk. Lose everything on this bloody thing. Hello? Dry brush. Yo-ho. Where'd you go? Bugger. No, that's the medium one. God damn it! Where's it gone? It's not over there. Those are the tweezers. That's the pens, scissors. I did have a small dry brush. It's gone. Don't know where it is. You think the models got harder? Dude. I wouldn't have left them in there for 2 days, buddy. I would have left them in there for like 15 minutes. And then used the toothbrush to scrape them off. So when I strip down all my old models from the guys I've just finished off, is I put them in a tub, right? I put them in a tub and made sure that the, well, I used methylated spirits because I can't get isopropyl alcohol. And I made sure that the miniature was submerged enough, left it for 15 minutes, came back with a toothbrush, and started scrubbing the fucker until all of the paint came off. Sometimes I'd have to put them back in for a second or two, and then scrub again, but yeah, I managed to get all the paint off my old ones. Where's my mini brush gone? Alright, that's really gonna annoy me now. God damn it. Gotta stand up. I like sitting down off my bum. I need to really just get like a pot or something for all my tools. It's not fallen on the floor, has it? Shuffle my hair around like a schoolgirl. No, it's gone. Okay, so if I find my small dry brush, you mean use my really small dry brush, yeah? I did have a small one, but I don't know where it's gone. That's weird. I was only using it the other day as well. No, those are the big honking ones. Move all those paints out of the way. Nope, not a clue. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I'll do it when I've got the small one. With isopropyl alcohol, there's an exponential increase in its effectiveness. 51 and 61% won't pull paint, 85% will pull it in about an hour, 91 about 20 minutes, and 99 maybe 5. There you go. I'm going to make them being hardened by spit. It's part of the homebrew lore. Do it, man. Do it. Okay, all I'm really waiting on now, guys, is for that base to dry, because I don't think there's anything else I can do until I get that small dry brush. Maybe I can paint that aerial while we're waiting, but that's really about it. And like Hayden was saying, it's probably going to snap off. So maybe a bit of a redundant step. Oh, we've had a lot of new people show up, though, which is really cool today. I really appreciate everyone just coming to hang out and watch me paint in a mediocre style. Like, Eddie, you should be doing painting streams, man. With your skills, dude. With your skills, man. You would be very popular. Kind of surprised you don't, to be honest. Okay, then. Steven, I've got a story about my Eldar craft world I'm making. Only craft world fighting Slanesh head on. Ooh, that sounds awesome. I would watch his streams. Yeah, damn right, Hayden, I would as well. Everyone would be like, nah, fuck Finest Fellows. We got fucking Eddie to go watch. Let's go do that. And I wouldn't blame you. Right. Kind of annoyed I can't find my small dry brush. It's around here somewhere. I probably just need to go around and clean my desk again. Tell you what. Just to get this final bit all dried up, I'm going to turn this heater on down here and place this on top of the heater. Maybe that'll dry it off faster. But yeah, so what I'm going to do for that is I'm going to spray it with... I might use my Mechanicus Standard at first. Storm Vermin. Where's the admin gray? I did buy some. Because I had Eddie winding me up for ages about it. No, that's Dark Reaper. That's Storm Vermin. That's Dawnstone. Basilicanum. Where's my Smeggin Flayed One Flesh? I bought some. Where's it gone? Found it! Administratum Grey. No, I don't think I will. That's a bit too light. I need to figure out what I'm going to spray it first. Actually, I might spray it down with some Basilicanum Grey once it's dry. Just get that dark initial tone. We've got Ballistic! Hey dude, came across your channel randomly. Welcome! I've done most of the work for today's stream. I'm just waiting on the base to dry so that I can start working on that. Because I'm looking around for my mini dry brush, and for the life of me, I can't find it anywhere to be able to do the dry brush on the metallics I wanted to do. But welcome! Yeah, we've had quite a few new people show up today. Which is really cool. Like, we had somebody else as well called Kitten show up earlier on. And they were building a defiler, I believe. Where's it gone? Nope, I've lost it. I don't know where my mini dry brush is, but it's gone. That's a real pain in the ass. Yeah, I might just have to use my flat one now. I was just using it the other day. It can't have gone far. I'm thinking it might be on the floor somewhere. It must have rolled off the desk or something. Keep hitting the light with my headset. Nah, it's gone. Right, let's have a look through my brushes. Let's see what we can use instead, shall we? Found it! There's my mini one. It was hiding. It was hiding from me. Right, so he was saying to use this little one and dry brush on some metal. Like, how heavy of a dry brush? Like a light dry brush or a heavier dry brush? I rewound a tick to see what I missed. Yes. Yes! Feed my ego. Maybe one day, ladies. Yeah. If you did, dude, you'd be very, very popular, especially with your skill and the way that you can give advice. You would be a very popular streamer if you did. Aha! I knew that bit was loose. Where's me glue? Where's my tweezers? For me, building the models is the worst part. I love painting them. I hate building them. There we go. Glue that bit back on, and I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, the smell of that glue went right up my nose. Yes sir, dry brush should always be light. Just how light? It's easier to add more than take away. Alright my dude. Now, the question is, which metal do I want to do? That's the big question. Should I just stick with the metal I've been using, Lead Belcher? I've got a few up there. I've got Necron Compound, Runefang Steel, Iron Hand Steel, Stormhost Silver, lead belcher. Got a couple of metals up there. I have cut away all the chapter symbols, extra markings, chest aquillas. That was rough. Oof. Pretty sure YouTube wouldn't like me for the same reason I don't paint at shops. Not unless everyone gets real cool about a bunch of stuff real quick. Like what, dude? I'm a pretty outspoken guy. Like what? What could you possibly say that I wouldn't say? Ugh. I told you, I'm a guy that people either love or hate because I'm very opinionated and bold. I'm going to kit bash with some jewelry chains. Ooh. Oh, that'll be sick. Right. I'll try what you've suggested, but I'm not sure how successful I'm going to be. Just gonna mix up some lead belcher again. Lead belcher to iron hands. I'll give it a shot. I'm just gonna quickly check my reference picture to see which parts were metal. It's mainly that circular bit. Bold of you to assume it's anything, I'd say, and not my... You're rampant what? Hedonism. Okay, you're using big fancy words, mate. Dumb the words down for me. You're rampant what? Liquid super glue helps heaps with doing that, Steven. Oh, okay. Steven? Wait, Steven? Steven hasn't said anything in ages. Do you mean Cobalt Commando? Last thing Steven said was he was getting a story together for his craft world. Right, okay. Let's give it a shot. What's the worst thing that could happen? I have to paint it all black again? Alright. Yeah, it's turning out nicely. It turned out real nice. Maybe a bit more on that one. That aerial is getting in the way though. I might snap it off myself. That's looking real nice. You have to go. Alright, Cobalt Commando, thanks for hanging out, my dude. See you next time. Man, that's turned out way better than I thought it would. Which is why I say... So explain what hedonism is. Because I have no idea what that is. Educate me, sir! Educate my uneducated mind. I'm loving the look of that. That's looking great. Might do a bit of that on the door as well, actually. Just to give it a bit of a metal sheen. Kind of like that. What do you guys think? Kind of like that. It's real nice. I'll definitely watch more streams in the future. Bye. Okay, bye. Have a wonderful one. See you. Yeah, I'm loving how that's turned out. Right, and then you said up to, was it Iron Hands? I think it was Iron Hands, he said. And that means get off my seat. Yay! Iron Hands, there you are. So, what did I miss? Was reading Ed's message. Not much. You haven't missed anything, bud. We're just dry brushing some metal at the moment. Every day we dry brushing. Just general education. There's a direct correlation between ancient marine dinosaur migration patterns and modern voting political distribution in the American South. Okay. Is that what you mean by hedonism? I mean, I tend not to discuss politics on stream, as I don't really care much about politics. But is that what you mean in general? Yeah, that's why I want education on. It's like, what do you mean by hedonism? I think that looks really good. That's solid advice. Nice. Alright, that's that bit done. Easier than I thought it would be. Ah, I've knocked over my vape! To oversimplify, it's the philosophical belief that life is lived purely for the purpose of one's own pleasure. I mean, that's one way of looking at it, for sure. I mean, fair enough. If that's how you think about it, fair enough. Quite happy with how that's turned out. Alright, now we're just waiting on the base. I really want to get the base done tonight so we can call the tank finished. And I mean, it'll mean that you might have to sit here and listen to me prattle on for a good 10 minutes, but I do want to get this whole project finished tonight, so the next time we stream, it can be building the Tyranids. Which I'm sure will be nice and dull for everyone. Right, how are we looking? Nope, not yet. It's getting there. I don't know, dude. It is what it is at the end of the day. But yeah, I need to get me another one of these paint racks, because I've got so many paints just sat around my desk that will not fit on those racks. So many paints. I can't wait to do my Tyranids, man. Oh, I'm so excited. So excited. Hayden, wait, you guys do bases? Yeah, no, just 3D print some bases, mate. Buy some pre-made ones and call it done. Bases are your favorite thing to do, Lucky Knife. Hello! Welcome to the stream. How are you? I'm not particularly good at doing bases, but I try my best. Hayden, you should too. You've done one time to do the rest. Lucky knows his shit. Nah, just buy the pre-made ones, color them in, and call it jobs a good. I say this just to upset Eddie, for reference, for everyone watching. And I almost did it again. I almost reached for my paint cup instead of my coffee cup. The thing is, though, I'm waiting for it to dry. It's only the core I'm waiting to dry. So what I might do now, actually, whilst I'm waiting for the core to dry, is just sprinkle on some stones. Because all I'm waiting is for that core. My big fucking PVA glue. That might be a bit much. Whoopsies. And use my ship brush. Oh no! It looks like cum. It looks like jizz. Just peeling off the side of the brush. Never mind. Water the glue down a bit. Nice and jizz-like. Big pot of sand. Well, not sand, it's more bricks, but you know. Try and get some of these bigger ones on there. There you go. Yeah, try and bring some of these bigger ones to the top. Lucky, if you frequent the RFD Miniatures subreddit, a month ago or so I posted my Helldivers 2 Hulk print and paint job. I really like how that base turned out. Unfortunately, my dude, I don't go on Reddit. Can't say I'm on Reddit at all, to be honest. But a Helldivers thing, that'd be so cool. I mean, I know the game's kind of gone downhill as of late, but I would love to do some Helldivers miniatures. dupe that in some water. Water that down quite a bit. Alright, back to the rocks. Uh-oh. Alright, Eddie, I'll see you in a bit, dude. I think his little one's woken up. I'm gonna try and get some of these larger stone-looking bits to get on the top here. Might have to get my tweezers out and start manually placing some of these, because they're not falling exactly where I want them to go. There we go. I'm sure it'll look fine once it's painted. Right, now we just gotta let that dry. Take about 5 minutes, so let's have a chat. Let's have a chat for 5 minutes while we wait for that to dry. That'll look real nice once that's all painted up. I mean, if you're 3D printing scans of models, then yeah, I guess that's that, but you can print proxies that people make for... Oh, I must have missed a whole part of that conversation. Just now, I've backed a Kickstarter for a cool-looking army, and I'm excited to print the big models on FDM. What army? I'm always keen for more miniatures. I don't just do Warhammer. And I've been looking at getting a 3D printer myself, dude. So if you're a 3D printer, by all means, talk to me, man. I've been looking at getting into 3D printing. I think the thing that scared me the most, and we're just gonna have a chat while we wait for that to dry. There's not much else we can do, guys. Because the tank is pretty much done for now until that dries. But yeah, the thing that put me off mostly about 3D printing was I heard so many horror stories about guys being like, I'm holding off a sneeze. Talking about like loads of misprints and the printer just not working properly. And I heard so many horror stories where I was just like, nah, I'm not gonna bother with it. But yeah, if you're into 3D printing, my dude, talk to me. Tell me more. Because I would love to 3D print some models, like some Helldivers, for example. Some really cool, like you were saying, proxy stuff that I've seen for Star Wars Legion would be pretty sick. I'm all sticky now. But yeah, not gonna lie, your paint cup does look like a cup of tea. Kinda does, doesn't it? This is the drinking one, the one that says,
The boss. I's the boss, got it, you gits. I's the boss, cause I's the biggest and the greenest.
or something to that nature. Lucky saying Demon Damsels by Keta Minis. Demon Damsels! Interesting. Alright, Eddie, no worries, buddy. Thanks for hanging out, my dude. See you in a bit. You're running some experiments using resin-style supports for FDM. Now, FDM, that's the filament one, right? That's the one that kind of, it's got the tubing shit. So it's not like a resin printer where you have, like, the bottom of the thing filled with resin, right? Yours is like the one that tubes in and feeds in that way, yeah? Because I don't know much about 3D printing at all, only what I've watched on YouTube. Yeah, the spool of plastic is, yeah, exactly what you're saying. Interesting, because I remember, maybe it's changed, and I'll throw my hands up if it's changed, but I remember people talking about that tubing one, the one with the spools and stuff. It used to have, for lack of a better word, like, ribbing on the side of the miniature, like lines where you've seen it print. Do they print smooth now? Does it print smooth now? Because I remember people saying it had like that ribbed line effect on those kind of printed minis. Way less toxic than resin. Hey, sign me up. Do you still need to do the whole process where you cure the minis? Because that's a part of resin printing, isn't it? You need like a curing station. Frankie, smoother than before, still has layer lines. Interesting. Okay. Sounds like, it sounds like filament printers are catching up then. FDM, you print, remove from the plate, and if it has support, peels those off and you're done. Oh, no way! But how smooth do they print? Because if I was to get one of those FDM printers, the models would have to be pretty smooth. They'd have to be pretty smooth. I don't think I could do it where it's got that ribbed lining all up and down it. Ribbed for your pleasure. Do I have a Discord? I do. If you check the link in the description of the video, there should be an active link down there, bud. If you want to do it, I would throw the stuff maybe into... maybe just in the common room. Or maybe just chuck it in the common room. Resin can be cured in sunlight if you don't have a curing station. Yeah, like Frankie, I know I need to get this room sorted out, mate. Like, I'm going to repaint this wall and that wall white. I need to repaint my ceiling white. Because this room is all painted black. This used to be my bedroom and I needed pure darkness to be able to sleep. But now, that wall and that wall where the window is all covered in, like, sound foam to improve the sound quality of this room. And that's all got sound foam all back there. So the only two bare walls are these two. You know? So I'm going to paint those white, paint the ceiling white, and then I'm going to get a bunch of furniture in here, like storage bits. So I'm going to get some shelves and storage bits, and why is my phone gone off? Oh, has my phone died?
Oh no!
But it's got a charger in. Hang on, my phone died. It's got a charger in. How did it die? FDM can print smooth, but usually on the higher end machines, and it takes longer. It uses a smaller nozzle and slower movements. I don't really mind how long it takes. Like, if I had to leave it on overnight and print out miniatures, that's fine. Yeah, as it turns out, I did not have the charger turned on. And I'm looking at all the messages I've missed. Hey, new match on Tinder. Let's go. Alright, enough of that. And then put my password in for the webcam. Share your camera. Yes. Waiting for camera to load. Start. There we go. Right. Get in there, you bitch. Ugh. There we go. Right. I'll have to set the camera angle up again once we get to working, but There we go. That's not quite it, is it? There we go. Something like that. Right. I spammed common room. All those are FDM prints. You can judge the print quality yourself. Then I shall do so. To the computer. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Ooh, we got some kind of screamer killer. We got some warriors. We got a dreadnought. No, that's not a dreadnought. That's a helldiver thing. Oh, no way! Oh, that's so cool! Oh, that's awesome! Yeah! That doesn't look like it's got too many lines at all. That's really cool. Hang on, let's see from that image. Yeah, that looks really good, dude. It doesn't look like it's got any lines whatsoever. Nice. Hey, Franco, what's going on, man? Screamer Killer was no post-processing. Warriors got light sanding. Helldiver's mech got sanding on flat parts. The Norn got a lot of sanding. Ah! That's why there's no lines. Fair enough. But they look like really good prints, dude. So how much did this FDM machine cost you? Alright, let's check the base and see how it's doing. It's getting there. Alright, we're just waiting for that last bit of PVA to dry up, and then we can go in with the airbrush. Franco, just painting a Wraith Knight for my 5K game tomorrow. Best of luck for you on your game, dude. 200 euros. I got the A1 Mini. Interesting. Let's have a look on the computer. Is it this sort of thing? Is it that? Bamboo lab, huh? Interesting. Actually, I'm going to keep that page open, so I'm going to have a look at that. I'm going to have a look at that later. Okay, so, like, to get the bloody STL files for it, how do you go about then setting that up on the printer? Is that with software, or how does that work? Just from regular, everyday things, not miniatures, it's already paid for itself. Nice. Hayden gonna call it a night of work tomorrow. Plastic crack ain't gonna pay for itself. Have a good one, fellas. Have a good one, Hayden. Thanks for hanging out, dude. I will post my finished tank once I've got it finished tonight, my guy. I'm pretty sure that is mostly dry now. There's just a little bit of PVA on the side here that needs to dry. There we go. That way you're not looking at my balls. There's a little bit of PVA in here that needs to dry, and then we're sorted and we can keep going. If we'll leave that there on the heater to dry. I use the Bamboo Studio Slicer. How much does that cost? Is that free software that comes with it, or do you have to pay for that? Because my hobbying fund is, it's not large. It's not large. I get like £30 a month for my hobbying. That's the part I know nothing about. My wife would help me with the computer end. She has literally been tech support. Oh, Frankie, mate. That used to be my wife. Well, my ex-wife. She was always my tech support. Like, if anything went wrong with my video game streams or anything like that, I'd be shouting through to be like, babe, it's not working. I'd shout through to the ex-wife all the time, it's not working, I need help, I don't know what I'm doing. If it comes with it, oh, sick. Nice looking base. Hey, thanks, Franco. How do I pronounce this name? I have absolutely no idea how to pronounce that. Yuval? Yuval? How you doing? Hello, new to the channel, now working on a kit-bashed Chaos Lord. Ooh. I don't really know anything about Age of Sigmar, not really, but that's really cool, man. Now the more difficult bit, the resin style support, so I have to use that thing, which is also free, export the model, then go to Blender, which is free, use resin. That is way too advanced for me, dude. That's all way too advanced for me. Yuval, there we go. Yep, the missus has a master's degree in computer science. Mate, I would shout through to my ex all the time, but like, love, I need some help, please. I don't know how to do the computer things. Right, that is as dry as that's gonna get. Because now, I'm gonna be impatient, and I'm gonna start spraying the bastard. So, airbrush time, which is definitely off at the moment. Perfect. So, now I need to decide what I'm going to use for my first color. Well, either way, I'm going to need all my stuff. I'm going to need that. I'm going to need my tissue. I need my ship brush. Then I'm going to put that over here, out of the way. What else am I going to need? Yeah, just the color now, isn't it? I want something dark. Maybe Dark Reaper? Might use Dark Reaper. I don't know. I quite like the Siliconum Grey. It's a nice dark color. Let's mix some of that up. If you do end up getting an FDM printer, you can always ask me questions. Mate, I would be spamming you with questions. Well, I don't know how to do this bit. It's not working. Get that all mixed up nicely with the vortex mixer over here. Lovely. Right. Where's my squirty thing? Squirty thing. You need a fair bit of this as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 drops of that. No, don't close. Stay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20! 2 to 1. See how that does. If it's too wet, we'll just try and thicken it up a bit. Oh, please tell me we don't have a clog again. I cleaned it. We might have a clog, people. Oh dear. Not ideal. Where's all my little smegin? There we go. Nope, we have a clog. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna have to clean it again. At least I know how to do it this time. Alright guys, give me like 5 minutes to do some maintenance. And then I will be right with you. Bro's making potions? Ha! FDM are the easiest to operate. I have Ender 3 and it's real simple. Hell yeah, dude. Right. Let me just fiddle about with this for 5 minutes and fix it up. Okay. Where's me methylated spirits? Try not to breathe that in too much. And I made a nice mess on my desk, as you do. As you do. Right. You're going in there. Woo! That is wafting.
For the Emperor! Charge!
Woo! New follower! Hey, Yuval! Thanks for the follow, my dude. Appreciate you. I know this is probably the least exciting part of the stream, is me cleaning out my airbrush, but, you know, thanks for hanging out. We are getting this tank finished today. Because on the next stream, I want to sit and build my Tyranids. And by God, this is going to be done. Alright, that's fine. The action's fine. It springs back the way it should. So. I've got to try and pick up this needle without breaking the damn thing. Come here, you. Yeah, there was definitely a clog. See all that blue dried paint coming out of there? One of these. Yeah. Yeah. It usually scares the crap out of me too. Like when I'm doing some fine detail work and somebody decides to hit the sub button, it's like, oh my god! It scared the crap out of me. Yeah, it does happen. I appreciate you hitting the sub button though. Especially because I am not exactly an expert painter. There we go, just trying to scoop any remaining shite out of there. Any more? Yeah, there's a little bit more coming out. Okay. Give it a couple more seconds in there. The I hate airbrushes part of the show. Nah. I love my airbrush. It's just annoying when I clog the damn thing. I love my airbrush. It's an excellent piece of kit. And the thing is, I'm still fairly new to airbrushing as well. I only got this airbrush a little while ago. But I am absolutely loving my airbrush. It's just a nightmare when it decides to clog. It's like when you think you've cleaned it properly, you probably haven't. Nope, not that much more paint coming out now. Right. Let us rebuild the bitch. I don't think it's a branded one. I'll show you the compressor here in a sec. It's got OASSER. It's not a popular brand or anything. It was a nice cheap one off of Amazon. That's what I ended up getting. Because like I said, my hobbying budget is not huge. And my buddy recommended me this one, and so I got it. No, that doesn't go on that end. Ha! Right, if that don't do it, then I don't know what will. Time to reconnect the hose. No, I just want to spray some water through it for a sec. There we go, now we're spraying. It's going to spray this water through just to make sure there's nothing else coming through it. Nice. Right, let's try this again. What a waste. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh, there. Chip brush. It's very wet. Better. Okay, shall we, boys and girls? Alright. First little coat done. Alright, let's wait for that to dry. Made a nice mess of my hands doing that though, didn't I? Because it's a contrast paint, it doesn't give me quite the coverage I want. I wonder if maybe using Dark Reaper next would be a good idea. Just to darken the tone down a bit more. Not sure. Lucky, I'm struggling over here. I printed up a model that looks like somebody from Dark Souls, and I don't know which leg is which. Oh dear. I don't really play Dark Souls, I'm afraid, but I have no idea who that is. Thankfully, the airbrush dries really quick. Right. I'm thinking about some Dark Reaper next. And mix some of that up. It's a spider with a human lady's torso for... Oh. Oh, so it's like a spider lady. So everything like below the waist is a spider and everything above is a human woman. That is like the combination of my worst fear with my greatest desire. It's like, bleh, spiders. Bleh. Not a big fan of spiders. I don't care how sexy she is from the waist up. Everything beneath her is a spider, and that can't do. My response to that would be... Xenos.
Purge the alien! Kill the mutant!
Been going for 4 hours. That's nuts. Hopefully we can get a lot done in the building stream. I'm gonna have to really clear my desk for that, though. A spider centaur. Ooh, he said spiders. I'm not happy. He's a spider lady. Don't know if you can tell. Don't like spiders. Not the biggest fan of spiders over here. I'm gonna have to get some more medium. They say to get it to a milky consistency. It's not quite milky yet. Now it is. We'll wait to find out. Nope, that is way too wet. Said nobody ever. It's still a bit wet. Getting there. World's greatest monster on a spider body, terrifying. Yes, indeedy. The one creature that men both desire and fear. Women. Now, let's not talk shit about our female companions. I know that not all of them are great, but some of them can be. Better. The females. Lower the PSI just a little bit more. There we go. Nice. Try and rinse this properly so we don't get a clog next time I try and use the damn thing. Let's get some cleaner. Let that sit in there for a moment. Alright, while we're waiting, let's put that in the drying bit. Only 6 more legs to go. There you go, buddy. You'll get there. Alright. Right, now we're waiting for that to clean. I'm going to leave you with the music, and I'm going to go pee. I'm going to be right back. Alrighty then. Oh, the base is getting there, guys. Getting there slowly. Fucking yawn. And once the base is done, we can put the tank on it, paint the metal bits on the grab plates, and then job's a good 'un. Unless I feel like adding some battle damage and stuff. But I'll be honest, guys. I'm not entirely sure if I want to. And then I've got the transfers as well, but I'll do that off camera. I'll do that off camera. But yeah, very curious about these 3D printing models, but I will admit, the whole, like, having to faff around in, like, software and stuff for, like, matching supports is, like, not something I really want to faff about with. Alright, that's still drying. I'm going to leave that alone and we'll just sit and chill for a sec. And you sit and relax. I can show you my battle damaged Gladiator Lancer if you want. Yeah, if you want to, man. Like, battle damage is not something I've really dipped into yet. Now, all of those guys I've painted so far this year, I haven't battle damaged any of them. Posted, let's have a look. Oh, that one you can just post in the hobbying pics, bud, but yeah, I see. Interesting. Okay. Ah, I see. Oh, that's cool. You kind of exposed the ceramite on some of the scratches. That's really cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice, that. I like it. It's very nice. Very good, isn't it? Franco, they say if you shake it more than 3 times that you're playing with, I say it's mine, and I can play with it all I want. I mean, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough, mate. I'm not going to argue with you on that one. I'm going to need my texture palette so that I can do some dry brushing. But yeah, I like that Lancer. That's cool. But yeah, because I want to get good at battle damage before I try and take on Lieutenant Titus and the Chapter Master Calgar. So I've got them to paint up and build and all the rest of it, and they would look much cooler with battle damage than without. And I do mean Lieutenant Titus, not Captain Titus. I've got the Lieutenant Titus model. Almost dry. That's a good thing about airbrushing. It dries super damn fast. Sponge brushes are your best friend. Yeah, I've got all the things I need to do it. I've just not been brave enough to try and do it on my miniatures yet. I mean, I've watched plenty of videos on how to do it, but like I said, it's just not been brave enough to quite go through with it myself. We'll see, though. Maybe one day. Franco. Oh, wee in this. Snip, snip. Yep. He saw what I was going with that. Nope, some wet paint still. Hang on. Almost there, guys. Oh, man. That's going to be a lot of Tyranids to build, though. I don't know if I'm mentally prepared for the challenge. I'm definitely going to have to clean off my desk. So I've got just paints and bits and stuff everywhere. I'm going to have to clean off my desk, get ready, get my snippers, get my sanding sticks, get everything ready, get lots of space so that I can actually go ahead and do the Leviathan box. I matched the 4 legs that I have printed to the correct spots. The other 4 will just fall into place once printed. Easy peasy. Yay! please do tell me that this female half of the spider is clothed at the very least. You've all, oh, we're halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. There you go. Almost there, guys. So I'm not gonna do too much more with the base. I'm gonna dry brush over the top and maybe call it quits, because a lot of the base is going to be concealed by the tank itself. I'll probably put some grass tufts on it, but when it comes to my infantry bases, I don't think I'm going to put as much effort in, because most of it is concealed. Right, I'm going to give that a couple of minutes, and then we're going to go in with the dry brush. And for that we use Dark Reaper, that's fine, so... I'm either going to use Mech Standard or Admin Grey next. Let's have a look at the two. I know that Mech Standard is quite bright compared to... Yeah, that's very bright. So, Admin Grey, Mech Standard. I feel like that might be too much of a leap up. Maybe Ashen Grey? It's not too dissimilar. Let's mix it up first, hang on. Are you telling me the music's died again? Let's have a look at the music. These are very short playlists. Let's see, have we got another playlist we can chuck on? I'm not sure how good this is going to be, but we'll chuck it on. Yeah, so she's wearing about as much armor as you can expect from a model like that. So literally just her nipples and under boob are covered. Pretty much. I mean, it's what you can expect. It's a cool model, though. I'm trying to think what I should dry brush first. I'm thinking Mech Standard, because I feel like Administratum Grey is going to be too bright of a dry brush. It's going to be too much of a leap. So I'll try Mechanicus Standard first. And we'll see how that goes. But yeah. It's like, is she wearing armor? Is she wearing clothes? Is she naked? No. But literally just the important stuff is covered up. The nipple and the underboob. Okay, what I might do first actually is get this Basilicanum out. Because there is a little bit under the rocks that haven't been hit by the airbrush. Just tidy up where the airbrush hasn't hit. I mean, the airbrush did a solid job, but there are just certain patches where it hasn't quite hit as much as I want it to. Which is fine, which is why I'm coming back in with a brush. There we go. And that adds some darker spots in there as well, making it a little bit more natural. Right. Back onto the dryer. Also, for FDM printers, don't expect to print Games Workshop quality Space Marines. You can do really well, really good Tyranids and bigger models on a Breeze as well. Ah, don't get me wrong, like, if I was to get a printer, it would be mainly for things I can't get in stores, like Helldivers, maybe some Halo stuff, or, you know, like proxy Star Wars miniatures and stuff like that, you know? It's like, not necessarily for, like, Games Workshop stuff. Like, I don't just paint Warhammer. I've done some Star Wars Legion in the past, the old stuff for Legion. I've also done little bits and pieces here and there, but some of my future projects, they've re-released a lot of the Star Wars Legion stuff in their new prints, so I got to buy a load of it again. I need to redo my Imperial Guard army, because most of that's been updated now. I need to get some of the Fallout Wasteland miniatures, because they look really cool. But yeah, I'd love to do some Helldivers. That'd be great. You can do okay 32mm stuff. Ah. Interesting. Okay. Oh, man. There's a lot of waiting around on this stream. I'll tell you that. I'm actually quite surprised we have still people hanging out with me in the background. Much appreciate everyone for hanging out. Alright, just wait for that paint to dry. We'll give it like 5 minutes. So, what got everyone into hobbying? For me, well, at least for Warhammer, I grew up on my computer playing games like Dawn of War, the original Dawn of War, mind you, and then Winter Assault came out. That was my introduction to the Guard, and fell in love with the Guard immediately. And that was my introduction to Warhammer. And then, you know, I played the second game and all that growing up. And then I didn't really know anything about Warhammer until one day I was like 19, 20 years old, walking through town on my lunch break of all things. And I walked past this shop and I was just like, the fuck was that? And I looked into the window and there was all these models and miniatures and I was like, I know what that is. I used to play a video game of that. That's a Space Marine. So I popped into the shop. And I had a chat with the guy who was super welcoming, and he was the only person in the shop. It was dead quiet at the time. And I had a chat with him. I was like, hey, you alright, mate? I saw some toys in the window, man. And I used to play a video game based off of that. What's all this about? And then I look around the shop and I was like, holy crap. I recognize a lot of this. So he told me what Warhammer was. He told me about all the tabletop stuff. And that same day, I walked out with an Imperial Guard combat patrol. And some paints and some brushes, and that was my introduction to Warhammer. You're still pretty new to the hobby, only like half a year maybe. My only real experience with was Space Marine 2. Ah! See, Space Marine 2 is the inspiration behind my new blue color scheme. Because if you notice, you know how you can do the army, like the armor customization? It's not really Macragge blue, is it? It's a lot lighter than Macragge blue. Macragge blue is quite dark, but if you go to the army customizer in the game, it says it's Macragge blue, but it's really not, is it? So I made my new blue Marines with my own recipe to kind of inspire from Space Marine 2. Franco, model trains. There was no internet or Warhammer video games when I bought my first Warhammer model. Damn, dude. Like, model trains like Hornby and stuff like that, right? Yeah, I was like 19 or 20 years old when I looked at when I first got miniatures and stuff. But yeah, I grew up in like my teens and stuff playing Dawn of War on my Windows XP computer. Oh, my favorite computer though was my Packard Bell 98. My Packard Bell 98 computer, playing games like Red Alert, Star Lancer, Command & Conquer Tiberium Sun. Oh, those were the days, man. Last year I visited my long-time internet friend in Manchester. Ew, Manchester. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. To go to a concert. Saw there was a Warhammer store. Decided to go in there to check out and got hooked. Yes! I tweaked the blue color scheme for my Blue Betties as well. Yeah, exactly, yeah. In Hobby Pics, I posted my first independently painted squad, and my last squad of aggressors. All right, let's go have our wee look-see. Oh, I've just painted up some aggressors. I don't know if you can see it in the Hobby Pics or not. You might have to scroll up a fair bit. But I posted my aggressors in there. Or maybe I did not. Actually, no, I didn't. Oh dear. Oh dear. Manchester was Pog, was it? I don't know what Pog means, but cool. Started painting minis for our local D&D group as the DM. Slowly moved to Games Workshop minis because of better quality. Nothing like using an old box Dreadnought as the final encounter. There you go. As it turns out, I did not post my my aggressors. That's kind of annoying. Right, are we dry yet? Yes, we are. Alrighty then. Where's my big brush? And we're just going to start lightly dry brushing this. Not seeing much coming off the dry brush. Yeah, I might move up to the next shade, because that's a bit too dark for what I'm going for. Yeah, it's a bit too dark. Okay. So that was Mechanicus Standard. I'll try some Administratum Grey, but I think it might be too light. Pog is something only girls can do. I genuinely don't understand. What does Pog mean? I hope between those two squads you can see some improvement in the quality of the paint job. I'll have to take a closer look in a minute. Question for the chat, besides Lucky Knife and the Spider Lady, what is everyone working on at the moment? There you go. I think the only other person that's commented on the stream, apart from you lot, what they were working on, there was somebody hours ago called Kitten that said they were working on a Defiler. I'm not sure if they're still in the chat or not. Not heard from them in a while. That was the only other person apart from you lot that said you were working on anything. Oh, that's better. An Eldar Cobra. Ooh. I'll tell you the one thing I'm not looking forward to painting out of my pile of potential, though, guys, is my Eldar Combat Patrol. Not my Eldar Combat Patrol. My Tau Combat Patrol. Because I have not decided on a color scheme for them yet. I think I might do a homebrew Tau. But I genuinely have not decided what I'm going to do with them. Alright. Getting there slowly. Just trying to bring up the hue just that little bit by little bit. What do you think, guys? Getting there slowly. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'll come up with something, you will. I'll come up with something, man. But yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to do with that combat patrol. I bought it because it looked cool and it came with plenty of minis. But I've genuinely no idea what I'm going to do with it. So that will sit on like that. So it gives me an idea of how much of the base is actually going to be seen. Okay. Because he'll sit on there like that. What I might do is get a purple wash and go underneath some of the rocks with a purple wash. Maybe. We'll see. Right. I'm quite comfortable gluing him to the base now. It's a really cool looking base. And for that, I'm going to use my Gorilla glue, wherever the fuck it's disappeared to. Where is my Gorilla glue? Why does my phone keep vibrating? Whoever it is, piss off. La 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 la. Where is it gone? I can't find it. It is gone! Where is the glue? Alright, don't need these anymore. Put you over here. There it is. Found it! Chameleon! How noob are you? That's looking pretty good. So, when it comes to painting things properly, when actually putting some effort into it, I'm pretty new. I've only been doing it since about February-ish. New to the hobby? No, sir. I used to just slap paint on and call it jobs a good'n. But new to painting properly, pretty much, yeah. Pretty new to that. The thing is, though, it may look good to you guys, but when I tell you I have consumed a metric shit ton of videos to figure out what I'm doing, believe me when I tell you, a lot. A lot of videos, guys. Like a lot. Oh no, the bottom bits come off. Well, that's not ideal, is it? I've got to try and match up the tears like a jigsaw puzzle now. I have to get in there with a brush and tidy all that up. Jesus. Alright, and then I'm just going to let you sit there for a while. Actually, better yet, go sit and dry over there. Right, let him dry up for a bit. Gonna have to clean that up with a brush. Oh no, I've spilled my bit of Stratton Grey. Oh no. What a waste. No, no, enough of that. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I've spilled me admin grey. Not much though, just a little bit. Right, that explains it. Fundamentals are known, time to explore how they actually get put into practice. Yeah, pretty much. So, like, what I used to do, this is a great example. Back when I used to paint, and I use that loosely, paint, right? That's what I would come out with. I'd throw paint on there, and I wouldn't care. I'd just throw paint on there, and that's what I used to come out with, right? And then Space Marine 2 came out, and I thought to myself, I've got all this paint and all these miniatures that I've just been buying over the years that I've not touched, right? I've got all this stuff that I just keep buying. I keep buying miniatures, and I keep buying paints, and I never do anything with it because I was so disappointed with my painting, right? I was like, you know what? If I go out and paint to a decent standard, or what I call a decent standard, I then went from painting something like this to then, in February, painting something like this. See the difference? This is when I couldn't give a fuck. This was when I was like, I want to go play some games. I want to just sit and paint and have good-looking dudes. So, that's the difference. Go over the entire base with a purple glaze. Yeah, maybe. It must be nice. When I learned to paint models, there was no internet, no hobby group to discuss tips, just you in your room alone with a brush. Oh, I'm sorry, Franco. Let's see. Same here, Franco. My first tutor was my school's groundskeeper. What the fuck? That's some battle ready right there. Yeah. Barely, dude. Barely. Barely battle ready. Dude, that's great. What, really? You think so? You think my Tigurius looks good? I think he looks okay. I learned a lot of lessons doing this guy. I learned a lot of lessons. Like, I could probably paint him much better if I got another one, because I learned a lot of lessons doing this guy. But this is what I call, for me, a decent level of painting. For me. You know, I'm not saying that as a general standard of the hobby. I mean, just for me. That's the kind of standard I want to reach. That guy took me like 7 days. And I shit you not, for like 4 or 5 hours a night. 7 days. The step up is really clear. Art is a process. You don't just end up at a golden demon standard. There is a remarkable improvement. Oh, Chameleon. I don't want to get to golden demon standard. I'm happy pumping out miniatures that look that good. You know, I think it looks good, and as long as I think it looks good, that's all that matters at the end of the day. Don't worry, I've got the mindset for it. If you guys turn around like, yeah, your Chief Tigurius, mate, he's looking a bit shite, you missed a bit there, you've gone over a bit there, he's shabby work, mate, I'd be like, I like him. I like him. I think he looks good. So, I want to paint all my miniatures to that standard and learn and improve over time. But yeah, that's what I've been doing, really. So, when I say I'm new, and I'm a noob at painting, I'm a noob at painting good. And I'm still learning! It's better than my Tigurius. I kind of half-assed his paint job since I think that psychers are icky and borderline heretical. That sounds very Black Templar of you, sir. Fair enough. Can't argue with you, fair. Fair. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I used to just rush as well, bud. I used to just throw paint on there, as evidenced by this guy. I would just throw paint on and be like, yep, that works. Done. Space Marine. You can see it's a Space Marine. So I was there too at one point. The idea that after every piece you realize what you could do better is the process. Yeah, and I'm loving the process, man. The one thing I will not do, Chameleon, is give myself a time limit. Nope. Like, that guy took me 7 days of about 4 or 5 hours a night. And that's fine. It was after that point I reached that end product where I was like, I'm happy with this. You know? And I put him down and left him alone. So it's the same with all my other Marines I've painted. I painted 30... something odd Marines this year, since February. You know, so I'm quite happy with my work so far. It's clean, I can help you take it to the next level. Master! Teach me, Master! It's brutal, but... Wait, hang on, I don't have my glasses on. It's brutal, but each mini isn't a finished piece, it's a marker of what you did in that time. Oh yeah, Chameleon, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sit here and slag myself off. I'm not going to sit here and say my work is terrible. I like it. I'm happy with it. And that's all that matters at the end of the day. By the words of Marge Simpson, I think it's neat. He doesn't look bad, but if you want to take it to the next level, I can help with that. Exactly what do you mean next level? I think the only thing I really struggle with on my Space Marines now is faces. And I'm gonna sit here, and I've got a bunch of stuff that I'm gonna, what you would usually call it the sub-assembly phase, and I've got a whole bunch of bare Space Marine heads, and I'm going to learn how to do Space Marine faces. 100%, I hated school art classes for that exact reason. I refute the idea that you can put time bounds on art learning. Yeah, it's stupid, isn't it? Every squadron mini I paint usually experiment with something like Helldivers 2 Hulk was my experimentation on OSL. Oh my god, don't even get me started on OSL. I am not brave enough to try that yet. Like, this tank is going to be my first attempt at doing battle damage, and I'm really nervous, because that could make or break the whole mini. Ah, faces. I love painting flesh tones. There's so much to explore. Do you know what? So, this is going to be a story that I'm sure everyone can relate to. Everyone's got that one friend, right? So, I have a friend. We're not friends anymore, but I had a friend, right? He's a really pervy dude. Now, that's saying something, because I'm a really pervy dude. I appreciate the human form. But... now, listen. Before you click off the video. But he would only paint busts or like big models like this or something, or miniatures that were, shall we say, female, and shall we say, pretty much naked. The not safe for work sort of miniatures and busts and things of that nature, or wearing some very cute, lacy... I won't get you all too excited, but that's the kind of things he would paint. That's all he would paint. And I'll be perfectly honest, guys. He didn't do a particularly good job of it. Not that the miniatures didn't look great, like the sculpts were like, huh? But the paint job he did on them, he would do like one or two... Do you guys know that old, like, Catechin Imperial Guardsman style? Like, you do a flesh tone, and then a shade, and that's it. It's really shit. My problem is, right, he used to say to me, why don't you paint some of these naked miniatures with me? Why don't you paint like this? Because flesh is difficult. Flesh is very difficult for me because I take his models, for example, his not safe for work models. It is around, like, the underside of the breast, you know, the inner thighs, the arch in the woman's back and stuff. If you've spent any sort of amount of time around naked women, you would understand that the shadows and the skin tone differences are super complex. I don't think I'll ever reach that standard, right? So I thought to myself, instead of trying to do these pretty much naked models, I'm just going to try faces. I'm just going to do faces, and if I can get good at faces, I'll be a happy man. Anyway, moving on. Franco saying deeper shadows, brighter highlights, smooth gradients, more contrast, and better color theory. Fair enough. Lucky, Chameleon, I posted an aggressive squad in the Discord. Any thoughts? Franco, a man of culture, you say? Ah, yes. I, like to think that I am a cultured man. Yeah, that stuff creeps me out too. I can respect people who like their own stuff, but yeah. Well, yeah, like Chameleon, my problem with it was that was all he was interested in. That's all he wanted to paint. I don't find it creepy. He's a pervy guy. That's what he's into. Fair enough. No judgment from me. Who am I to judge him, right? But that's all he would paint. And I suggested to him, oh, you like women and you like rather attractive women? Sisters of Battle. Sorted. Paint the Sisters of Battle. They got their own patent bolters, power armor. Some of them, like the Repentia, for example, they don't wear much, you know? And he took a look at them and was like, nah, they're overclothed. What do you mean the Repentia are overclothed? They have loincloths. So, yeah, I fell out with him because of that. And I was like, do you know what, dude? I've had enough. I've had enough. You crack on, you do what you need to do, but no thanks. But yeah, so that's why I don't really do flash tones, because they're very complex for me. And there's no way I could ever be good enough to paint a Repentia. Thing is, though, about the Sisters of Battle, they're cool and all. They're fine, but I don't know. They're not really my army. They're not for me. First time hearing someone says that Repentia is too modest. Yeah, dude, like, he told me that the Repentia wore too much clothes. I'm like, eh? How does that work? And then I showed him an example. You know, like some of the women that cosplay in the Repentia stuff, it's literally just like wrapping around their chest and like a loincloth. And I'm like, how is that too modest? I don't understand. I'm just, but yeah, I really want to get good at faces. If I can get good at faces, that means when I get around to doing my Imperial Guard, because a lot of them have got their faces exposed, I can then do Titus and Calgar, and then I can have a lot more unhelmeted Space Marines. But at the moment, I got lucky with Tigerius here. I got really lucky with his face. I normally don't do faces as good as this. I got really lucky with that. All that was a white base, Gilliman flesh, and then Kislev flesh highlights. That's all that was. I got really lucky with him. Usually my faces turn out like a slapped arse. New Repentia wear too much clothes. The OG models were better. Really? I don't know, dude. I can't really say I've looked too much into the Repentia and stuff like that, you know? Can't really say that's something I've done. Like, if that's your sort of thing, guys, then by all means, you crack on. Solid effort. But for me, it's not really my cup of tea. Alright, so he needs to sit and dry, because that glue is taking a time. That might be all she wrote for tonight, guys, because I think that glue's going to take a while, and I don't want to mess around with the model too much while it's trying to dry on that stand. So that might be all she wrote for tonight. I think the next step for me on this miniature is to glue this bit on top. And then maybe do the rest of it off camera, because that is going to take a while to dry. And I don't want to be sat here all night with you guys just yapping on with me. Because, let's face it, there's only so much people can tolerate when I'm talking about stuff. I guess that's the bit that creeps me out, where you say that's all he wants to paint. No judgment, but like, I don't know. I'm not okay knowing what that particular dude gets up to. I don't want to know what he gets up to in his spare time. I'm not his mate anymore. All done. They're supposed to be stripped naked and sent into battle to repent for their sins. The new models have way too many clothes for being sent into battle naked. I think the problem is, though, guys, as well, because Warhammer's lore is very mature. It's definitely for mature audiences, you know? Like, for people, men and women that are mature, that could understand the lore that these women are stripped naked and thrown into battle to go and repent for their sins, you know, we'd be like, oh, okay, there is a naked woman charging across the battlefield with a chainsword, hacking people to death. Okay, fair enough. You crack on, love. Best of luck to you, you know? But then obviously you'll have the immature ones that'll be like, naked lady, boobs. And it'll be like, ah, for fuck's sake, you're gonna ruin it for the rest of us, do you know what I mean? So, unfortunately, when they sculpt these models, they have to take in the immature parties into account. So for us that like and appreciate and respect that this is the lore for maybe that particular model, you know, then it's just like, oh, well, the immature lot have ruined it for us, you know what I mean? For me, people, the human body is the human body. Seen it, been there, done that, got the t-shirt. You know what I mean? I couldn't care less either way. But yeah, being stripped absolutely naked, there's no way that I think they'd get away with the immature lot if they had naked women in their lineup. Glazing is also a great technique to develop complex skin tones. Ah, see, Chameleon, I have been experimenting with glazing, mostly with my leathers. I've been trying to experiment glazing with the leathers. But yeah, you're right. When I get round to the faces, I'm gonna have a whole bunch of them. I'm sure I'll develop the technique. Alright, Chameleon. See you in a bit, man. Bye! Bring back the old Slanesh Demonette models. See, that's the thing, though, right? Like, say, I don't know, you've got, like, some kind of D&D model, or just some kind of fantasy model, right? Like, it's like a mini diorama piece, where you've got maybe, you know, some demonettes, which are, well, naked. For example, you know, you wouldn't be able to get away with that because of the immature lot. Those are the same kind of fans that would have taken part birthing Slanesh. We don't get nice things because women complained. It certainly wasn't about immature men. Really, it was women that complained. Why? Do they not understand the lore that these women come from? It's all fantasy, none of it's real. None of it is meant to be taken seriously at all. Would you realistically send a woman into battle with absolutely no clothes on? No. No, you wouldn't. You'd want to give her some kind of clothing and protection. The Juan Diaz Demonettes are peak. I might have to look into that. But yeah, I don't have the skills for the skin tones yet. But yeah, glazing's not a bad idea. I really don't want to mess around with this too much more tonight, guys, because I don't want to mess around with the glue. I think that's going to have to be it for tonight, people, because that is taking a very long time to dry. And I won't lie to you, I really want to get in some Star Citizen tonight, before I go to bed. Protection? But the Emperor protects already! Does he, though? Does he, though? We can leave that heretical conversation to another time. Franco, that is a conversation I am not getting into tonight. That is way too deep for the evening. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you very much for hanging out. I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye for now.
In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. With guitars blazing, they rock the scene. Streaming glory and living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're ruling this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. Guitars blazing, they rock the scene. Streaming glory, living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're ruling this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Fight us, fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never stop. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts we'll never yield. In the virtual arena we own the field. In the virtual arena we own the field. In the virtual arena we own the field. In this realm we reign supreme. Finest fellas living a dream. In this realm we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. Guitars blazing, they rock the scene. Streaming glory, living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're owning this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never stop. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never stop. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living a dream. In this realm we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. Guitars blazing, they rock the scene. Streaming glory, living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're owning this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise our arms, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living a dream. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. Guitars blazing, they rock the scene. Streaming glory, living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're ruling this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. Guitars blazing, they rock the scene. Streaming glory and living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're owning this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. But metal hearts will never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. Guitars blazing, they rock the scene. Streaming glory and living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're owning this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living a dream. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. Guitars blazing, they rock the scene. Streaming glory and living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're owning this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living a dream. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. In the spot spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. Guitars blazing, they rock the scene. Streaming glory, living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're owning this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. Guitars blazing, they rock the scene. Streaming glory, living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're owning this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts we'll never yield. In the virtual arena we own the field. People tune in watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff the crowd goes wild. Fight us fellas forever a child. With sweat on our brows we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never stop. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts we'll never yield. In the virtual arena we own the field. In the virtual arena we own the field. In the virtual arena we own the field. In this realm we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. In this realm we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. With guitars blazing, they rock the scene. Streaming glory, living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're owning this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never stop. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts we'll never yield. In the virtual arena we own the field. People tune in watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas forever a child. With sweat on our brows we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never stop. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts we'll never yield. In the virtual arena we own the field. In the virtual arena we own the field. In the virtual arena we own the field. In this realm we reign supreme. Finest fellas living a dream. In this realm we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. With guitars blazing, they rock the scene. Streaming glory and living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're owning this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise our arms, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. It's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. Guitars blazing, they rock the scene. Streaming glory, living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're ruling this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise our arms, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. It's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. In this realm we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. Guitars blazing, they rock the scene. Streaming glory, living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're owning this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. But metal hearts will never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild.